When I got the 151 months, I jumped for joy because I was facing 40 years.
Probably feels like you have nothing to lose at that point. Like, fuck it, time to riot.
We all wanted just to break down the door. The whole unit was being taken apart, and you could smell wicked smoke everywhere. All the records were paper, and we figured if we could bat down that door, we were going to burn all the files. That's the only record it would travel with you. And eventually they took the prison over. They shot some people. The whole building's burnt to the fucking ground. And they surrounded us with fucking armored vehicles. There was a shootout with an FBI agent. I always had National Geographic, but those were really good armor. And I want to talk about the masturbation technique. Will you run it if I tell about how intense the orgasm was?
Yeah.
You take any really good sock. You got to be warmed up because then your balls drop and then that creates heat. But there's no friction of the sock. And then when you climax, it's a knee buckler every time. Back in the touring with the Dead days, like we wouldn't even have a Dead sticker on the car because it was almost like that could be considered what we would think as probable cause.
Well, I would imagine, I mean, in those early days, being a Deadhead and showing up to those events, you were probably getting profiled by the police.
Everybody. One time we were driving from California to the East Coast, I think it was the 90 spring tour. And we were going through, first we went through the one state where I, like Dan was the elder, Nevada. And he's just like, everybody pull your hair back. We put all this stuff in a thing. We put it in a compartment underneath the hood. And he's like, if we get pulled over here, we're going to all go to prison. Then when we went through Texas, somebody went to light up a cigarette and he grabbed it out of their mouth. He threw it, and we're just nothing on the van, tinted windows. And he's like, the whole way through Texas, he's like, this is the worst state ever. So it's probably 89, maybe 90. And in Texas, I think 2 joints literally was a felony.
Yeah.
And now, well, Texas kind of is still, Austin, I think, is basically decriminalized, but technically, I think it's illegal in Texas.
Texas definitely is still a bad
state. In Las Vegas, you can just walk in and buy like a half ounce of weed. It's crazy.
Times have changed. Yeah. Vegas, I mean, Nevada, from my understanding, used to be.
Tyson's got his big thing out
very
there.
Conservative state, no? Like back in the 90s and stuff. It was not a place where you'd expect to see a dispensary on the strip 20 years later.
It's unbelievable.
Not at all. Times have changed, but even Texas is lagging behind still. Like when I first moved out here to Los Angeles, I drove all the way from Chicago. And when I drove
the whole way,
well, in the States where it was comfortable to do so, I had to cut through. I avoided Texas specifically. There was 2 routes that you can take. You either go north, which is like through the Rocky Mountains, and you go through Nebraska and then Colorado.
80.
Then Utah. Yes, the I-80. Or you go the southern route, which I don't remember which interstate that is, but you end up cutting through like Texas 40. And Arizona, all the fucked up states that you don't want to go to jail in. So I stuck to the northern route, but still, Texas has that reputation. It's not a place you want to be with anything that gets you high.
TDC, Texas Department of Corrections, we learned about that. Yeah, that was a pretty wicked spot. You didn't want to go to jail there. The chain gang, straight up.
I don't think that's ever going to change. Like, Texas is very rooted in the, like,
if you kill someone, we're going to kill you.
Yeah,
their motto.
And if you sell drugs, we want to kill you.
Right. Oh, yeah, totally.
We just can't legally do it,
When I was in Austin, though, Matt said that it's essentially decriminalized here, that they will just, at the worst, they'll take it. But he said the rest of Texas technically is illegal.
Yeah, Austin's a very, like, counterculture place compared to the rest of the state. Like, I was in Dallas last summer, and it's very, like, conservative, very, like, don't smoke outside, like, don't let anyone see your joint,
Still.
Clean cut. Austin definitely is the polar opposite. Like, that's where, like, you can go smoke a joint outside. You can probably take some shrooms and go to a club, and, like, you're not going to get bothered, Dallas, if I'm smoking a joint outside, the cops see me, they might tase me.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't think
What about the whole hemp situation? But that's still kind of
that's a big thing. It's funny that you bring that up because just the other day, the governor in Texas issued an executive order.
Oh, it was positive, right?
No, not at the state level. He banned, well, it's kind of complicated. He changed the definition of a hemp product to include THCA. Like, so if any, for example, if this bag right here on the table tested for more than 0.3% THCA, which all of the hemp flower bags do, because that's the loophole. That's like how they're doing it, right? Then it's considered illegal. So he effectively banned all the flower. The carts are gone. All the vapes are gone. The only thing that you can do in Texas now is edibles and drinks.
What's the cart?
Like a vape, like the one you looked at on my website that looked like a Juul.
It's called a cart?
Yeah. Yeah, a cart or a cartridge or one of these things.
A cart.
One of those right there. That's the slang for it, at least.
So he overrode the federal law.
He did. Well, federal law kind of passes it down to states. Like federal law says, okay.
Oh, that's right. No, you're right. I read
on our
it.
level,
they can
like
do little changes to the bill. You're right.
It's the way it is, at least right now, is federal law is just like, yo, let the states decide. But the problem with it is states are banning hemp products. However, in I think it was 2020, a federal judge on the Supreme Court ruled that everything that was defined in the 2018 Farm Bill, including hemp, is an agricultural product. So states can't ban interstate commerce of agricultural products.
Which is flour.
Which is hemp, which is these carts that are banned at the state level. So these brands can still legally ship to customers in Texas. It's just the customer that receives the product is committing a crime. But the company that is shipping it to that customer is not committing a crime because it's protected interstate commerce.
Yep.
It's fucked up, isn't it?
No, interstate commerce, that's when I got busted for 9 counts of money laundering, 9 counts of LSD interstate commerce. The way that it's all on interstate commerce because they said that I was sending the money over Western Union, and so that makes it a federal crime.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it's weird. I think that there's too much control. They just keep seizing more and more control.
The government loves to control everything. They love to control what you do.
They always have to have like the enemy, like Noam Chomsky talks about. There's always got to be some other enemy, but really it's like within.
Yeah.
And then
it's all of us versus the state, I feel like, versus the government. But the government wants it to be us versus us. And that's
right. It's just that's a classic prison tactic, divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it seems to work. Works
does.
pretty damn well,
We're
doesn't
arguing
it?
over DEI, over what pronouns and what I don't know, the left and the right gun laws or whatever. But then it just keeps us fighting each other. And then like income tax, I mean that's straight up theft.
Abolish that shit, dude. Abolish that shit.
How could you not do that?
Abolish it, dude. Get rid of income tax.
It's ridiculous.
As someone who lives in California, the feds me, and then the state comes in with the highest state level taxes in the country and fuck me again. Get rid of it.
How much is back in the dead days, a really good pound of indica, which was only 7 or 8% THC, I think 3,000, 3,500.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. What is it today? 500-600?
Well, yeah, weed's gotten exponentially cheaper. The legalization of weed has brought on just giant corporate grows that have annihilated the cost of weed. Like you can go get an ounce of good smokable weed for $50.
So that's 800. No, what 16.8. So how much is a pound? 300, 200?
I mean,
but dude, still, if you grew an acre and you probably could get 1,000 pounds, you still could probably.
I've seen pounds as cheap as 500, like very recently, and I've seen pounds that go up over 4,000. The thing is, it's just the width of the market has gotten bigger. The scope is huge now. Like back in, what I'm imagining back in the era you're talking about is like that pound of indica, you probably didn't have a ton of options, right? It's like you get that pound and then maybe there's a few other options, right?
Yeah, you got the really cheap brick weed for
that's it.
For maybe 1,000.
Now it's like, dude, there's 5 different levels. Cheap weeds. There's 5 mid weeds. There's 5 amazing weeds, and like you can choose
what is it, like 28%, which is ridiculous because my friends in high school grew this indica. We got the seeds from this dude named Neville. He went to the Khyber Pass. He would sell them through Netherlands, that one city where the weed always used to be legal.
Amsterdam?
Yeah, but we'd get 5 or 10 seeds, $50 to $100, and then we'd grow them. 7-8% was like the top notch shit though. Like, and that shit would make you like retarded.
That's a percentage that nowadays
today it's like is it
quadruple that easily.
That's
triple, quadruple.
Crazy.
Yep. Now I think what's considered a high percent is like 30. Like 30% is like
that's unbelievable.
We're good, we're good. That's good smoke.
In prison, when the first time I saw weed, I arrived in Inglewood, Colorado. Second prison. First prison didn't have shit. I smoked right before my trial, and James pulls out an ounce. But Let me go to the third prison. That place was so tight. There was heroin all over the yard everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But I could get, sometimes when the weed came in, I could get 5 or 6 chapstick cap. You know what chapstick is, right?
Yeah.
One cap was $25 if you knew the guy. And then I could flip it for 125. But that was just brick weed.
That's a huge margin.
But
though.
you would still, like, couple hits, you would just be stoned off your ass, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, and then in Inglewood, I came into the cell. James was there for LSD, Sparky, and he pulls out an ounce of weed. I hadn't gotten stoned so we fought the sentencing for 5 months. I was in Sandstone for 8 or 9 months. So like 13, 14 months. Before my trial, I was smoking.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I mean, you got to smoke away the stress somehow.
so he rolls his joint. He's like, we're going to go on move and we're going to smoke it. And then there was this dead spot where the towers couldn't see you or none of the guards. And we just did the circle and I'm just hitting it as hard as I can,
Mm-hmm.
coughing. And I go back to the unit, dude. I hadn't won an appeal. I still had 151 months, which was a short time for even, at the time, even though it was a huge sentence. And it hit me like 10 strip of LSD. And I just like, oh my God, and the horror. And I'm like, I'm 23. I got 151 months. I'm not going to get out till I'm 34. That whole fucking story, man. And like I had to go crawl in my bunk and get to the side, and I just fucking cried, man. But every day that motherfucker took me out, and after about a week, it was like, okay, I knew I was in prison. Like, you got to just deal with it. But they were getting it through the ink department, and like that prison printed all the forms for the whole Bureau of Prisons, all like however many prisons there were. And they contacted somebody in the ink company, and they were just getting it through pallets. And one of the guys' wives or something somehow, and like pounds of weed would come into that prison.
Were they just putting it into these like ink cartridges?
Yeah, and the inmates run everything. They do all the ordering, they do all the unloading. I mean, you're supervised by the cops, but if it wasn't like it was explosives or a gun, and I don't know if that ever got busted. I mean, 8 or 9 months later, I think it was for some hooch or something. I got thrown in the hole in an investigation. I got transferred to another spot. But I mean, there was tons of heroin in there too, which is crazy. I mean, I stopped selling drugs because I didn't want to go to prison. I go to prison, and then in 3 separate prisons, I was selling heroin.
Yeah, they're all doing drugs and selling drugs.
Yeah, it's insane, right? It's hypocrisy. It's just wicked hypocrisy. And like, why is the government able to tell us what we can do with our own head?
Well, why? I mean, even bigger thing is, why is nothing being done about widespread drug use in prisons when obviously, I mean, you can't send someone to jail for drug use or selling drugs, put them in an environment where people are still using and selling drugs and expect them to get any better.
I think part of it is there is this thing, I think it might be unwritten, where there has to be some strife. There has to be some conquer and divide, but there can't be riots, because then it wouldn't be the good orderly running of the prison. But it almost seems like it's probably greed, and it's a little bit subtler than that. But so they have to kind of let some in. But if you piss dirty, they're going to throw you in the hole, and they're going to try to get it. If they find it in your cell, they're not going to look the other way. But you almost have to have that. You have to have some pacifier in there.
Yeah, they realize that the drugs will keep you guys calm.
In a sense, and the weight pile and the library. They wanted to take the weights out in like 95, and all the wardens for all federal prisons went to Congress. They wanted to actually remove the weights. They had some sort of compromise where no new money could be spent, but they could maintain the weights. And that was where it flipped, where it was rehabilitate, and then it went to house and feed. And the very first prison I went to, I got approved for Pell Grants. I wanted to go to school. And then right then is when they said no more Pell Grants. And Claiborne Pell, when he invented them, he kind of was for people on the street, but also for the prisoners. So like, because what are you going to do when you get out? I mean, I went to the University of Crime. I'm not a victim. Like, I took my shit to trial. I was guilty, but it's like, that flipping of the script, and then these people come out to live with you. It's not being responsible to the rest of the citizens. And that's on the federal level. The state's probably much worse.
100%.
Much worse.
Now, I kind of want to take it back a little bit for those of you guys watching who aren't familiar with your story, Joel. And those of you guys who maybe are sitting here watching and wondering, this guy went to prison. What the hell did he do? What is he talking about? Now, before you went to prison, you ended up getting arrested for selling acid. And correct me if I'm wrong as I explain this, but you were selling acid and you started doing it as you were a major Deadhead. You became a big fan of the Grateful Dead, started going across the country and even to other countries to attend their shows. And that's when you started getting into the LSD game, correct?
Yes. Now,
talk to me a little bit about the Grateful Dead. How'd you get into them? Because you've been to over 100 shows,
101
right?
shows. I chronicle it all in the book. At the age of 13, my brother took me to see the AC/DC. And so then I heard on the radio, the Grateful Dead's coming to town. I was 15. It was the summer of 84. I think it was June. And I thought it was a heavy metal band. And so I got 2 tickets, took this girl. We took the bus. The radio station had this bus that went out there, and we went to the show. That's a whole nother story because we didn't actually have tickets to the show. We were supposed to exchange them with the bus driver. Got into the show. I was 15. I had maybe taken mushrooms 2 or 3 times by that time. And the music started. You just wanted to dance. And
it was a good vibe coming from the music. It was just this
amazing music, and I just fell in love with it. I can't explain it. I hate to do an analogy to like religion, but it was for sure a spiritual experience. It had a 600-song repertoire, so you could see 15 shows in a row. You might see 3-4 songs repeated. That's it.
Really? They have that many songs?
Yeah. In the middle of the show, they'd have a drum solo. There were 2 drummers, Billy Kreutzmann and Mickey Hart. And there'd be this long drum solo for maybe 35, 45 minutes, and they'd come back out for the second set. And I mean, and it's improvisation. That's what they really did. And it was like the energy off the crowd. And I met Billy after, but the intensity and the the intimacy of what you had with the music of going back and forth. Like, I think if everybody stopped dancing, the whole stadium would have just risen off the ground. But I had a fucked up childhood, and this was just kind of like this cocoon of love, and it was just amazing. And you could go to a show with $200-300 in your pocket. You'd have your those Coleman white gas grills. You'd have 4 pans. You might do 300-400 grilled cheese, 20 cases of beer, make $800-1200-1500. Score was $30 a sheet. It was 3,000 a gram. Score like 50 sheets. Go back to some city and just sell it all. I never really sold drugs on the lot. You could get them there.
By the lot, you mean like what, outside of the Grateful Dead shows?
The scene, and they would call it Shakedown Street, and everybody would be vending.
It's like tailgating for a football game.
Unbelievable, yes. And they allowed everybody to record the songs too. And so,
really,
you could bring. There would be a recording section, and you'd have your Nakamichi decks with the mics, the directional mics. But it was just a special thing. Like I can't explain it in words of like what a Dead show was, but like it was in the moment, and like time stopped, and the music and the intimacy and the people. Like there was never, the only violence there ever was like if there would be some drunk Deadhead and he would try to jump up on stage. It wouldn't happen often, but the staff might come down on you pretty hard.
But tackle him or something.
That first show, we didn't have the tickets, because you were supposed to exchange them with the bus driver, and we're waiting in line, and we get up to the front at Alpine Valley, one of their favorite venues. And they look, because we had these little bus tickets, which is what I bought. And when you take the bus there, you're supposed to exchange them with the driver. And at the end of the day, when we went back to the bus driver's like, "You never got your tickets." It was like this party bus. We were 15. So they ended up believing our story. They walked us all the way around in Alpine Valley on the side. They took us backstage. I think it was, I can't remember her name.
So you got up there and you were just kind of like, "Listen, we were supposed to exchange these tickets."
We didn't even know that, but they figured that out. They walked us in backstage. They sat us in maybe the 15th or 20th row underneath the underhang. It's probably 80,000 people there.
It's awfully nice of them to help you out.
Unbelievable. And then this guy pulled out a bag of mushrooms, and we took a couple caps and just had a great show. But it was like you just wanted to dance to the music. Like you just moved to it. And unbelievable. And then when Jerry Garcia died, the whole time I was in prison, this thought of, I got to go back to the shows. And I wasn't a huge drug dealer, like 7,000. I think when I went to Europe, that's the most cash I had was like 7,000. I mean, I would sell a gram or two of acid. I'd make 2 or 3 grand, but then you could go on tour for 3-4 weeks. And so I never had huge sums of money, but I was connected to the people, right? And they trained me well, like the safety first, and I was never caught with drugs. I mean, I did the crime, I went to trial.
Yeah.
The guy that ratted on me never got caught with drugs. It was his friend. And all the ways that we sent the money on Western Union, you could do like a fake code. And so you could go to Western Union, you just fill out the code with the test question with no ID, and they would give you the money. And like one time in San Francisco, I was 1,500, 1,000, and 1,500. I picked up 3 separate people, 3 separate names, 3 separate test questions, and they would just give you the cash.
What is a test question?
So like they would say, you'd have a physical description, 5'11", 150, brown eyes, and then I would tell you any test question. So while you're in a Western Union in New York, it would literally, the piece of paper would say, what's your test question? You'd have to get it right to the letter. You couldn't have, so it'd be like, what color is the brown rabbit? And then I would write on the test question, and then you would say yellow and blue, and I would put yellow and blue, and then they would see if the test question matched, if the physical description matched, who's sending it. You could just say Dick Smith.
That sounds like a very exploitable system.
Very exploitable. You can't do that anymore, so I'm not giving away any things. And then that actually created the federal crime. So when they busted him, they thought he was full of shit. It was just some sheriff that came to question him because he sold 25 hits to somebody. And then he told him this elaborate scheme, and they actually thought he was insane. And so they called the DEA. He admitted everything to them. And then they went around the country to all the Western Unions, he said, and found in their records all these slips.
Wow.
But there was no cameras, no pictures. So it's very circumstantial evidence, but it proved that what he said had accuracy because they found them, and he said, I filled those out, but they had no evidence. There was no drugs at trial. They had no envelopes, like, because whenever I would do it with my left hand. I wouldn't lick the stamp, none of that. So they didn't really have anything. And then when they arrested me, they already convened a grand jury and had the 19-count indictment and followed me for many months. And they wanted to catch me with drugs. I mean, they never thought I was going to take them to trial. So it was stubbornness, a little bit of honor, and some stupidity. And so that's kind of the story of how I got busted. So I actually was never caught with LSD. And I always thought it would make you go insane. And so...
What, taking LSD?
LSD. So I sold it for a couple years. And then October 15th, 1989, which is the year anniversary my dad died, I was with friends of mine, new friends of mine, and we just started eating off this sheet. And I don't know, I probably ate 8 or 9 before we realized.
Wow, that's a fat
and she
dose,
ate 8 or
dude.
9 too. Yeah, and it was, but it was a beautiful trip. And I mean, maybe the most 10 times I took LSD because it's a pretty powerful thing. Like,
it's very powerful. I used to love acid when I was younger. It's a very, very powerful drug. I don't do it anymore.
How old are you?
26.
26. Yeah, I don't think I would ever do it again. Maybe under the right circumstances, if it was a spiritual situation, I wouldn't consider that a relapse. But it just kind of takes you into that space, man. Like I did a little posting on my Instagram or TikTok, but it's kind of like if life is you're in the 3rd level of a ship. And you're in your stateroom and there's a little window that opens up, right? That's kind of life. And then when you take a psychedelic experience, you're like up on the deck and you can see the whole horizon and you have the whole command of the ship.
The whole ship, the whole galaxy around it, you got everything.
And then how are you going to interpret that? I mean, it depends the state of mind and then like you still learn from it. Like, do you know Terrence McKenna or Alan Watts?
I'm familiar with Terrence McKenna.
Yeah, they were the pioneers.
Very legendary in the space.
Legendary in the space with the DMT too. So I never met or heard of anyone that ever abused LSD. There probably are, but it just wasn't a thing where like crack or not.
It's a drug that people have respect for, I think.
Yeah.
You know? It's a weird one. It's not like most of these other drugs, you talk about crack or coke, or you talk about, prescription drugs like oxys or Xans or something like that. Those are all very addictive, but LSD, it's like people like almost like really revere it. They treat it with such a high.
It's a sacrament. It's a religious sacrament. It is. And the thing is, like MK Ultra abused it because they would try to get, they did all these crazy tests with it. But the other thing is too, it's one of the only drugs that they've ever done that some studies actually had 100% success rate for curing like really bad alcoholics.
Yeah.
Because they would take them on a bad trip and show them what they did wrong. And there's a lot of studies with that. So it's weird. And the reason why I never wanted to take it is because some of that brainwashing, I thought like if I took LSD, it would make me want to fly and I'd jump out of a window. Like that was a thought that was pervade for the whole country. Like it's bad and it's this, but it was the radical social change that people would break the mold. Mm-hmm. The culture and the beliefs that were pushed upon us are like washed away to like what is really the situation with life.
I mean, what was some of the propaganda that they were putting out about LSD back in the day? Do you remember anything specific?
I remember that I just always remember, it was like a commercial or my mom telling me like, if you take LSD, you're going to think that you can fly and you're going to jump out of a window. And I remember the first time I took mushrooms, the second time I took mushrooms, I was with, I won't say their last names, Scott and Chris, who were brothers. And we sat in a room, we started to peak. We talked for about 45 minutes telepathically. And that was really unbelievable, man. Like, and it's like, okay. And, at the time, 14, 15, first time I took mushrooms was 13. This is probably the second or third time. So it's pretty powerful. And then on LSD, you can see the molecules. You can see your aura. Like my aura was always, you'd have like this golden hue. Everybody has a different color, but
everyone's
you could
glowing.
See that. And that's, I think, is there. It's not from the LSD. Your brain is just allowed to see it.
Yeah.
So never had any violence. And certainly like when I would have a good intense trip, it wasn't like I needed it again. And the people that bought it were adults. It's funny because I sent that shit all over the world, but the most money I had, I remember I was walking, I got my passport in 24 hours in Chicago. I left the next day to go on the Europe tour, Frankfurt, Hamburg, Berlin, Essen, Paris, at the Zenith, and then London. And then we went back to Amsterdam for a second time. But I remember counting the money at $7,000, but the thing is on tour, if you had 600-800, you're with 4 or 5 guys, you got 4,000 or 5,000 in the car. I mean, it was the 80s. You didn't need any more,
Yeah, that's plenty of money. You're balling.
And I got so scared because I didn't want to go to prison. And so I stopped selling LSD and I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. And there was this pull with the dead. And it was like, but that juxtaposition of federal prison and doing what I know is not morally wrong. Like that dichotomy, and it was fucking with me. And then
you're not selling people hard drugs that are killing them.
But that's okay. If someone wants to take something, I'm all for the legalization of drugs. Like
100%.
Why would and then when they came to my house with the 19 count federal indictment, but they dropped a count before I got there, which the lawyer fucked me over. But I mean, I knew about the law. And then when they had me in the holding cell, they just said, listen, we don't even have to process you. You can just go home. And they're like, you just have to help us get somebody. And I'm like, fuck you. Which is crazy, right?
They always want the guy higher up the food chain.
Yeah, the thing is, I would love to say honor, right? And I did it. And I think if I was facing a firing squad, because the way my dad was with the honor, and I never told in high school, I always held my mud. I never told my brothers and sisters. But like at that time, looking in the mirror, it was like I wasn't wired. We're all dealt an emotional hand, and it wasn't that I was afraid they were going to kill me or whatever. It was like I would have had a life sentence of fucked up shit inside, more than what I had, right?
Yeah, I mean, you signed up for what you did at the end of the day. So
and then and I had this crazy thought, like maybe I'd win the trial. My fucking lawyer, dude, you should have been there. Like it was Gatewood Galbraith. He ran for governor. He's really good friends with Willie Nelson. I mean, you could hear a pin drop.
Sounds like a solid guy.
He did the 2 red cents Joan of Arc for the closing arguments. Marty came in orange hair. He was in the witness protection program. And like every answer that he answered from the prosecutor, he read off a piece of paper, and my lawyer would ask him a question. It was the exact opposite. He'd look at the paper. There'd be 3 answers. The jury was out for 3.5 hours. But at the end of the day, when I got the 151 months, I jumped for joy because I was facing 40 years. But I remember my family and everybody, and rightfully so, they're like, you've got to cooperate. You can't go to jail. And I just felt it was like a rite of passage. I never thought I would end up in Marion, but I had to do that, right? And I thought I would work out. I'm going to get my diet back. Like, it's going to be okay. But
I'm trying to make the best of the situation.
I had to. But I remember shaving one day, and I looked myself in the mirror, and I was out on bail. And I'm like, and I knew probably going to lose the trial, and I'm definitely not going to rat. But 2 days before trial, they had this thing in the 80s called nolo contendere. And the thing is, like, when you got a sheet of LSD, like say this was a sheet, right?
Okay.
And that's perforated. So what they started to do is to weigh the carrier medium. So they would weigh the paper. So 1 gram of pure LSD looks like a little quartz crystal, and it's 10,000 hits. And so like they would bust someone with 5 sheets and weigh, and it would be like 8 grams. So then the level of the sentencing would be way greater. So it's like if you got pulled over with 50 keys of coke and they weighed the car.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's an insane law.
Right.
Like,
so
that's crazy.
So then what we did is we made the sheets like 1/4 of the size with really thin paper, and they would be just tiny perforations.
Trying to minimize the weight.
Right. So the law, like I had a very good understanding of law, and the people that trained me, they said, if you ever feel like these people would have given me 50 grams at a time. You know, I would get a gram and a half. It would be prepaid. Maybe I make 2-3 grand, and you know, but they would front it, or the people would give me the money. I would go to them and give it to them. But every time they would say, like, if you ever feel heat, if anything ever seems wrong, you can throw that shit away. Don't worry about it. But it's funny that these people, me, Kurt, and Pubba, Scott, I can't remember his last name. We all got the LSD from the same people. We all went to prison. None of us told. It's like they knew how to see in your fucking soul that you weren't going to rat. But so there was this thing called nolo contendere in the mid-'80s, about the time we started doing that with the sheets. And it's where if you got busted for drugs, you could, it's a fucking master class in law, you could plead nolo contendere, which meant you're not admitting guilt nor denying. So you could technically still appeal it. And so I kept saying to my lawyer, we paid for the trial too, that if they do nolo contendere, I would do 3 years, like maybe a week before trial. Cause I'm like, fuck, I'm facing 40 years. It was 20 counts on the money laundering, 20 counts on the interstate commerce.
Yeah,
the federal
3 years sounds a whole lot better.
the federal guidelines goes up to a level 44. So like Timothy McVeigh, I was a level 40. It's a first time nonviolent offender, no priors.
Then they
had
had
no drugs. So they busted him with like 6 sheets. They weighed that. And then he said, well, he sold me this many thousands of hits. So it was like 40 grams of LSD, which is 400,000 hits. Like that's where they looked at the chart. And so I'm nervous. I'm tense.
Well, I mean, it sounds like to me, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like they didn't have very much good, solid evidence against
and that's
you.
how they played it, because everybody would just roll many times. And the thing is, when they had the indictment and they followed me, they wanted to catch me with drugs. And most people, they don't convene a grand jury. But at the time, LSD was like this. There was maybe 2 or 3 people in each prison at the most that were in there for acid. So we always had our little clique, you know, but it carried such stiff sentences, and they knew that that's a weapon that they can to get, and then they're seizing everything. And the DEA went so far as they started to bust these growers. They got really wise in 89 and 90, and they would run the grow houses. They would say, okay, we're gonna let you go, and they would just use that to catch the LSD dealers, because these people would have all the weed. And it's funny because the way I met, I'll just say a name, right? Rainbow. When I met Tim and the girl that I did the first hits with, I had that stuff I was telling you about. I don't know if that's on the camera that my friends were growing with 7% THC.
Uh-huh.
And that's how I met them, because I brought a pound of that on tour. Now that is, I did bring that there, but I brought it there. It wasn't like I was out there, and then Timmy was making the fried dough. He got double life.
Really?
For LSD. You should have him on here. Tim Tyler. He'll come on here. Yeah. And
double life for LSD. That's unbelievable.
And Obama pardoned him, one of the very last before he left office. He had 23 years he served.
You got to connect me with this guy.
Yeah. I mean, that story, I wanted to bring him actually, but he was a little afraid. I'm like, Tim, you got to tell your story. He's got a book written, but he didn't publish it yet. So they had that. So they never thought I would go to trial. Why did they get the indictment and not try to arrest me? I don't know. Maybe that's because they couldn't find me. I started to think that too. So 2 days before trial, Gatewood comes to me and he's like, okay, they're going to give you 5. And it's like the highest stakes poker game you could ever have, way beyond any amount of money. I said, okay, 3, 3, 3. No, I didn't ask anything. On their own accord, they called him and said, hey, because it's costly, and I don't know what the win rate is, probably 95 to 98% minimum. Most people plead guilty.
Yeah. But you don't want to go up against the feds.
No, and at the end of the day, it was 5 years to plead guilty, but I kept saying nolo contendere, and my lawyer said, no, it's got to be guilty. And I said, well, what's the difference? Now, do you know what the difference is?
With pleading guilty versus nolo contendere?
Yeah.
Well, you plead guilty, I mean, there's no appeal, you can't.
That, and you have to fill this thing out. I never knew this, called a proffer.
Mm-hmm.
If you look the word proffer up, it means like disclose. So you fill out a proffer of everybody and every drug deal you've ever done. Right now, and that's
so you
why
have to snitch.
I never knew when they were teaching me this of why that was so, because there was pleading guilty, but there was a thing they would have called nolo contendere, but they did away with it because then they just, and so I'm like, I can't do that. I'm like, that's ratty. And they're like, well, they're not going to use it against you. They're just going to have it for informational purposes.
Yeah.
I was like, dude,
they'll
no
use it
way.
against all your friends.
No, right. I'm like, there's no way. And then if you leave something out. So I said, no, just talking with my lawyer. So we went to trial, and fuck, man, that was just unfucking believable. My ex-girlfriend came, but I reconnected with her about 5 years ago. And the thing is, like, she told me finally, they came to her house and her mom had a couple pot plants on the front door in Denver, and they threatened to take everything. But to her credit, because it came out in trial and she actually didn't hurt me.
Really? She held it down.
So, because when they questioned her and she told me this, she was sitting down and she's like, she was so afraid if she told them that, that she just was, because they had threatened to take the house and everything. She never said anything. She basically just said, we went to a lot of dead shows. We smoked weed, and that he would sometimes go to a Western Union, she thinks, and she didn't know what I do for work, but she never said like we went in, we picked the money up, or so it's all like, cause it's 92. So it's still the head of the drug war. So like, oh, he's a deadhead. He smoked weed. And then they did have some phone calls. And in the 80s, the Grateful Dead was one of the highest grossing bands ever. If you look, like 39, 49, 59 million.
They're still selling out shows to this day.
Yeah, and they would play, before Europe, they did 9 shows at Madison Square Garden. They sold out in 17 minutes. Stadiums would sell out. So the phone calls, so the tickets were a premium. And I went to 101 shows. We're gonna go around and we're gonna come back. I went to 101 shows, but I always went for the show. I could sell grilled cheese. Like when we got it down to a system where we'd have the grilled cheese pre-made, the show would end, all the people would come out at the encore song from being up front, because like the floor was always festival seating, so you could go anywhere. I'd go way up and back. I'd come out, and it would only be if they were doing like 3 shows in Charlotte. You'd only have to do it for 1 show, but from one like 6-hour vending session, profit, I mean, for maybe a $200-300 investment, at least 800, maybe 1,000. And then that translates, So tickets were a premium, and I never really paid scalper price. But tickets, you could like, they were maybe $25, $30 face value, and you could sell them for like 150. So the phone calls talked about getting 10 tickets to a show, front row seats. Like there was a series of calls, but the thing is, man, the knowledge that I have of the law now, they could never bring the evidence the way they did and not have paperweight they had no drugs at sentencing. I mean, so all of that.
Everything seems pretty circumstantial to me.
It's very circumstantial. Lost my train of thought. The debt ticket. So a lot of the recordings were cut off, and I knew what they said. And then there were like a lot of them, they would play the tapes and there would be no, there was stuff, because I would always I forget what exactly it would be to help me, but it was good evidence. So that really didn't say anything. And that was only for one order of maybe 1,000 hits, because he never bought more than 1,500 hits, but he would be like 125 a sheet, wire me the money, and I'd send it to him. But they had no other evidence. I forget where I was going with that.
I mean, I think I had mentioned how all their evidence was circumstantial, like very circumstantial.
And then getting the indictment. And then, yeah, I think the CBD.
They were tapping your phone calls too.
No, they were tapping his calls, and he called me. Right. But at that time that he was calling, I think that's when they started to convene the grand jury. But so that was in 91 or late 90 of the calls. And so then they arrested me in April 8th, I believe, of 91. And the indictment was from like 12 or 14 months before. No, was it 91 or no, 92 of 92? Because then I had the trial in late 92.
And in 92, they gave you 151 months.
I jumped for joy. We were fighting.
That's insane to hear you be like, that's an exciting sentence to get. That's so long.
We fought it for 5 months. I got found guilty. They wouldn't give me bail. I went to the county jail, and we were fighting the fact of the sentencing that they didn't actually use that drug in trial that they busted Marty with. And when I was in Marion, I jumped for joy, and I found it's called other act evidence. And you have to have a special reason to use that. And during the trial, the judge would scold the prosecutor and say, you can't do that, that you haven't, that rule is not allowed. And I would tug on Gatewood's thing. I'm like, dude, you got to object. Like, that means something. Like, and, but anyway, through all the appeals, there was 60 given back and 30. And then when I was in Marion, the judge appointed his friend, the lawyer, to do that appeal. And when I found that, and he ended up getting me out. And when we were going back to court, we were all in the courtroom, and everybody stands up to rise when the judge walks. And conversely, they never say that when they read the verdict.
Yep.
And the judge says hello to everybody. And everybody says he's, Judge Bertelsmann. And then my lawyer, Kurt, man, I can't think of his last name. He died.
R.I.P. to the lawyer.
Kurt Elling. He said, "How you doing, Willie?" And he said that he was his mentor in college, in law school. But when I found that rule, he said we can appeal that, but they'll probably take it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court won't want to hear it, but it'll go appellate en banc. And so appellate is when the 3 judges hear it, and then en banc is when they all hear it. And so in federal prison, you have a pretty good understanding if you go hang out in the law libraries of the law, and you just learn about all that. And
well, that's probably the best investment of your time when you're locked up, is
that
learning all about the law
and working out. And when I was in, if you want to go down the road of Marion, we'll
get there for sure.
In the first prison I was at, you just learn all the lore. Like, you don't piss on this, you've got to wipe the sea, you're waking people up. And
which prison was that, your first one?
Sandstone, Minnesota. But in the law libraries, you learn about the law. You learn they shepherdize everything. And I think it's Bounds versus Smith, or U.S. versus Bounds. It's where the right to counsel, the Supreme Court said, is for law libraries in prison. And so then they had to stock the law libraries because counsel was like access to books.
Mm-hmm.
But in there you learn about Marion too, and like all this shit about fucking marrying this and marrying that. And when I won my, like, you know, when I won my appeal and I was going back to court in Marion, because there was an inter-circuit conflict on a law change, and it was before the Supreme Court heard it. And so they sent it back to the judge. And then like I would be black boxed, I'd be separated from everybody. And then like with the sheriff,
what is being black boxed?
it's where you're handcuffed, but then there's this black box right there, and it just holds that shit tight. Like you're everything, you can't move at all, and you're shackled. And then there'd be 2 cars in front and 2 cars in back. And then everybody would just, and I was still like, if you look at my pictures from that time, I was a smooth cut, clean looking kid, no tattoos, nothing. Like,
yeah, and you're there for a nonviolent offense.
It's fucking insane. And then when I got back to court, all they fucking started asking me about, what about Marion? Like it had this unbelievable aura. You know, one time there was a poker game. I was playing in a poker tournament in Las Vegas. I was with this girl, Gretchen, and there's this big, huge dude at the table. And I'm never like, I was there, I became part of it, but he kept talking about how he was in Marion in the 90s. He's pretty, you know, big dude. And it was a tournament. We were probably there for about 8 hours. He's like, Marion this, Marion that. And I'm just playing. I'm like, I don't remember him. There's only 385 guys there. And he's known. He's got a lot of winnings. And then I said, what years were you in Marion? And I'm just this dude, man, right? I'm not just totally calm because I was curious. He's like, what? He's like, this poker room. I don't know. It was a small buy-in, maybe a $500 buy-in. And, you know, maybe first place was maybe 90 grand. I didn't cash there, but we had been sitting there for 4 or 5 hours, and there's probably 800 people in the room. So it's pretty zen-like people. You just hear chips. It's pretty quiet. And he just like
something relaxing about those poker rooms. Just all the chips,
it's fucking great. And so then he just kind of jumped back in his chair and like, were you there? And then he just, we just were going through, and it was a stopover. I actually never did. I didn't. That's all I said, right? And I was like, whoa, holy shit, right? So it was kind of a pretty fucked up, bad place. But I just don't think that it affected me negatively at all. And it was pretty zen-like in a way. And then I don't know, man, how far you want me to go with it. But that place...
We'll get pretty far into it, but I'm kind of curious, before you got to Marion and everything, when you first got your 151-month sentence that you were excited about getting, I would guess you were still pretty scared to go to prison, right?
Yeah, no. By that time, the time that I got that sentence, I was in the county jail for 6 months. I'd already gotten into one brutal fight. And one of my cellmate asked me so after the fight, I went to my cell, and he said to me, why didn't you finish him off? And his name was Easy, and he'd been in the same position. They got pulled over with a huge U-Haul. It just had marijuana residue, but they had a shit ton of money stashed, and so they were all just being held there. And so this is before the sentencing, and but then he passed me on the back. He's like, good job. And the fight was just whatever. It was really quick. He just came at me, and he was, you know,
so you were defending yourself.
I don't know how it happened. It was just crazy. But then he offered me $100,000 in cash to help him. And because he doesn't want those 3 guys to go to jail. It's like, just tell me your mom's address and I'll have $100,000. He's like, how much do you want? You know, and I didn't do that. But
that guy was doing some serious shit.
The stuff, but he was cool. We were very intimate. I mean, you're in a fucking prison cell, man. Not sexually, but like you just meet people.
You really get to know people.
You meet them, like you're there, man, for months and months, and we worked out together. But so, and I knew immediately it was 12 years, 7 months, and I turned around with my mom. But he took off. I had leader organizer, continuing career enterprise, and another one, it's not RICO, but they're enhancements. And we weren't fighting any of that. We just wanted to get the paperweight thrown out. And the thing is, we got we could have appealed just that issue to the Supreme Court,
Mm.
but no one would do that for free. It'd be at least $100,000. It for sure would go appellate and bonk, and I probably would have won, and they would have had to let me go.
So maybe you needed that guy's $100,000.
I didn't think of it. Well, maybe, yeah, but maybe I would have got another 20 years too.
True.
Right? And the thing is, I had to, I would have technically had to like testify against those people. So not really ratting, but it kind of is like that, you know.
You're still on a side you don't want to be on.
And then I still got to go to prison. So there was that too.
So tell me about like when you first started serving your sentence. You get transferred from the county jail. Now you're in real prison. It's time to serve your sentence. What does that feel like your first few days in there?
So I told this joke. I've never told this story. I said that on Marks, and a couple comments were like, because I said that I was smoking at the crack house, but that was real. But but that's your home too. So like that's the place you are. But like I was on the way to that prison because you got to go to El Reno, Oklahoma. It's this whole fucking thing, and then that's the outpost. You stay there for a couple of weeks, you get assigned, and then you go on this fucking system where you just don't go straight there. So you're on a plane, you're on a, you know, like you might have 4 plane rides, 5, just
really
per prison. I probably was on that plane 25 or 30 times because I did time in 6 prisons.
What is a prison plane like?
It's just, what is a prison? So it's just a very stripped down, like 727. And like there's guards everywhere when you get on, and there's lots, like the jets are running. And then when you get on, you might go to 6 cities that day, and you might even switch planes, but then you go back to Reno, Oklahoma, and then they decide where you go. Then you go back on the plane. Maybe I was on the plane like 10 or 12 times, but each time you're on it, you're going to like 6 cities, like 6 in the morning till 8 at night.
Really?
Right.
It's almost like a bus, just making a bunch of stops.
Exactly. Yep. And it's just like, it's fucking insane.
That's going to be exhausting to just sit through all that.
Yeah. And then when we were at this outpost, and there's about 50 cells. It was the big one. What's the one in Kansas?
Oh, you're asking the wrong guy.
I can't think of it, but it's a big penitentiary. And can you look it up?
I can. Yeah. What should I search? Just like Kansas Federal Penitentiary.
Why can't I remember that name?
Let's see. Leavenworth.
Leavenworth. So, and it was in some old section. So normal, like it had to be at least 35 cells long. And so it's just a layover for 2 days. But since we were all lows, they would let us go out to wreck and shit. And everyone was telling these jokes, and they're like, can I tell a white joke? Can I tell a black joke? That's crazy. I'm fucking reminiscing about jail. And finally I say I got one to tell, and I heard Jeffrey Dahmer at the time, right? And so everybody gave everybody permission, and both races were allowed to use anything, right? But it was like wicked funny humor. And so then I just said it, and I told the joke, and I said, I asked the cell, and everybody was like, that's LSD or whatever. I had a nickname already, or the Deadhead or whatever. And so I said, you know what? It wasn't even that good of a joke, but it was giddy with energy, right? And everybody was fresh coming in 10, 20, 30, 40 years, right? So I didn't fucking know. And I just said, what does Jeffrey Dahmer have for breakfast? And they're like, what? And I wait. I say, coffee and bro nuts. And you could fucking hear a pin drop for like 30 seconds. And then one dude laughed, and dude, the cell went crazy. If the guard is still alive. And then like crazy, so much like shaking bars, but happy.
Erupting.
Right. And then the guard, you could hear the keys clink, 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 clink. And he was like, you know, because I was maybe at cell 20 in the middle, and you could hear the keys. And he comes up to the cell, and says, man, motherfucker, you got balls. And he smiled at me, and then he just walked away. And it was just like, and then, so then like the very first place was like bunks. And I don't know, man, like this girl was my girlfriend, and I just told her, you know, you got to stop. I'm going to be doing all this time. And it wasn't bad. I mean, I hooked up with some really big guys, and I started working out. But that place was pretty soft.
Mm-hmm.
That was that was a very soft place, and a lot of people probably were testifying and had pled guilty. But at the end of the sentences, there's a guy I met there. This story for sure I've never told,
Mm-hmm.
and I have a signed book. So you remember the Murder Machine?
Tell me about this.
The Gemini Lounge and all. A lot of people got murdered, but Pete LaFrosia was there. And he was one of the guys in the theft ring. It goes all the way to Nino Gadji, all the way up to, at the time, Gambino was still alive, or had just recently died. It was Castellano. And
so this is some mafia shit.
Yeah, and so then at the end, you'll get sent to where I was sent, which was Sandstone, Minnesota, and he got sent there at the very end of his sentence. So guys going home because he was at the highest level penitentiary, but he was part of the car theft ring. And so he was actually in that book and he signed that book. But otherwise, a lot of the other people were very, what do you call it? I can't think of the name, but in the chow line, what was very profound, when I first walked into the chow line, now just imagine I'm still a deadhead in my head, man. The shit at the county jail, but that's not enough to like wash that shit out of you. And then I go there and I see the line and I'm with Hoghead, who was my workout partner, and 2 other prisons later. We had met up again because we both got in trouble. And then like the 3rd prison, we were at the same place and I just got super fucking strong there. But I saw like the chow line was white and black and it fucking blew me away, dude. Like hard, you know, a guy that was a deadhead and was tripping and going around with the dead. And I saw that. I was like, dude, that fucked me up.
I mean, what is it like getting into prison and having to adjust to prison politics? Like what is do you stick with people of your own race, or like, what is the prison political system?
I got really lucky, but generally, yeah. And the thing is, where I was it was very little. But as it went on, it was the most that there ever was, right, in Marion. And then, but most of the yards I was at, it was the races were pretty even. It was pretty cohesive. Now, occasionally someone would disrespect somebody and there'd be a brutal beating or stabbing, right? But yeah. And then, there's one yard I was on that I did really good time at, which was in Florence, Colorado, the medium. But the face of prisons changed. In the very early 80s, a medium security prison would be way less drug dealers, or even the late 70s to early 80s, or just to 80, 83, 84. And it would be bank robbers and just other kinds of crimes where everyone had 8, 10, 12 years. Like these sentences were 30, 40, 50 years, man. The bulk of people had huge fucking sentences. So the face of medium security prisons in that time were almost like a fucking penitentiary, and penitentiaries were fucking wicked.
Yeah. So
like that's what the change was. But I didn't know that till after. And I mean, as it was happening, you kind of learn about it. But so the politics were a lot. Like in Florence, there were a couple times it was 2 different factions of people and the whole yard came out, but nothing ever happened. Like those were just like straight up fair fights, and then the yard went back to what it was. But it was so even, like there wasn't tensions amongst races, and there was enough of like hooch and fucking weed and everything going around that
keep everyone chill.
Yeah.
Was there anything that like you remember being a super hot commodity, or what was like the most sought after thing on a prison yard?
So anytime I hustled my ass off in there, anytime someone would come off the bus, like I would find that you would see, because I always had a couple, 2, 3, 4 lockers just filled, not 2, 3, 4, two lockers filled with like every type of shampoo and all the expensive shit and books of stamps. And then when someone would come in, all the different prisons, the commissaries were relatively the same, but the stores were all different.
Yeah.
Someone might come in with a size 12 Nike Air that it's not on the compound. So it doesn't matter how much I pay for it. Like I could sell it for 5 to 10 times whatever it is. So if I instantly, because like nobody has it. And then like people would have broken radios and I'd do that. Anytime weed or heroin came in, and I met the Heroin Connect. It's funny, I sold Not as much, but like that was, I made, that's crazy compared to what I was doing on the street like that, but inside of a prison. But the guy would come in with a whole cigar tube of like black tar heroin, and I would already have it sold before I got it. But it would be that would be 500 to go to 1,500 because it was I didn't ever wanted to hold it. I just wanted to get rid of it. And then one time in Pekin, Illinois, this kid came to my cell with about a 2-ounce fucking bag of pure China white heroin. He was a deadhead, and this was before they searched my room, and I almost got away, like that was another one. And he's like, hold this for the night, or just hold this for me. And I did. I took it from him. And dude, I mean, at that time I had given 30 months back. I had these appeals in, and like the whole night I slept, and I fucking had like just horrible nightmares. And then I had to go back to the unit with it, to another unit like that. I could still be in there. And I gave it back to him, and I said, dude, I'm not touching this shit again. I'm like, here you go, man. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not holding this. This is insane. But that shit, a little tiny match head would fuck somebody up.
That's an insanely large bag for someone to have in prison. Like 2 ounces of China. That's crazy.
He had to hold it for someone that had to hold it. Someone went to the hole. And that was a crazy prison yard. I should have never left Florence. The old timers told me. They said, I didn't see it, though. It was a new jail, and everybody was vying for fucking position. That was a fucked up spot. And I was cool with everyone. And then this dude ended up ratting on me. And then they didn't find anything, but they threw me in the hole. And then when I went into my room, there was the 2 pieces of 3 bags, 50 papers just hanging from the fucking tip of the shorts, like. And the whole room was like completely like ramshackled. They searched the fuck out of it. My cell even said, look, if they find it, he's like, I'm not going to say anything. We're both going to go to the hole. And I said, no, dude, I got to take it. It's mine. He's like, it was in a common area. He's like, dude, the door was unlocked. He's like, I am not going to rat. And he's like, and he made me promise them, don't say anything. Don't take it. I'm like, okay. But they didn't fucking find it.
Wow. That's insane luck,
and
dude.
while I was in the fucking TV room, this dude attacked me, and there was a wicked fight. And I choked him out.
Why do you attack you?
It's a whole nother story. But that was while we were fucking, they strip searched us in front of the cell. This is right after this dude, I was supposed to bring him the heroin, and I felt like something was wrong, and I didn't. And he was going to have the commissary. I did leave it in the unit. It was in the inside the cell in like a pair of shorts with really deep pockets, and they were stuffed in the corner. And so then by the time and then he knew that he thought they were going to find it, because once I went to the next morning when I went to Chow, they locked me up for investigation, but I'd already told everybody that motherfucker ratted on me. I don't know what happened to him, but while they were searching, they didn't find it. And when I went into the thing, and it was things were pulled out. The whole cell was completely ripped apart. Everything was ripped open.
They just somehow didn't find your stuff.
Yeah, and I've never seen it even like that in a TV show. And it's the only time it ever happened to me. It's the only time I ever saw it. I mean, they tore cells apart, but that was unbelievable. But then I saw them there hanging. I picked the shorts up, and they were right there in front of my face, and I just started shaking. But they let me back in, so I like grabbed them. It literally was shaking so bad I almost dropped them. I couldn't even push the fucking button to make it flush. And then they came back an hour later and pissed me. They fucked up. I mean, they totally fucked up.
What do you mean they pissed you? What does that mean?
Because I thought about eating that. One of them, like I was like, but I didn't. I was clean. Like they piss tested me.
Oh, okay.
And then they put it right in the thing. And then the next morning I went to Chow, and at Chow they threw me in the hole. That motherfucker set me up. And he had 15 years. He had 15 years because he had a box of shells in his car. And he got divorced. He was a convicted felon. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. He was just pissed. He wanted to get out.
You think those were really like his ex-wife shells? Or
no, I read it. I read the case because they have it in there. Yeah, no, they were. I think he got fucked really bad.
Wow, that's fucked.
Like you can't have anything.
That's fucked up.
You have to have a presidential pardon to be able to have. In some states, you can do black powder.
Yep. Yeah, I remember. I mean, the laws around being a felon and possessing a gun are insanely strict.
I hunted at a very young age, man. I never I had really nice shotguns too.
Yep.
1100 Remington and 870.
You probably can't touch them.
And I had a Berlin made Browning. Belgian made. Belgian
Sounds expensive.
Made. Yeah. Semi-auto.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine growing up. One of my buddy's older brothers was a felon who lived with his mom, and his mom owned a gun that was registered to her. These guys came to his house one day and they shot through his garage door, like trying to shoot him like at the house. He goes inside, he grabs his mom's gun, he comes back outside, and he doesn't shoot at them or anything, but he's just got the gun. The next day, detectives show up and he has cameras all around the house, right? His mom had set up cameras all around the crib. They're like, oh, you have cameras. Like, you have footage of the shooting. They come inside. Obviously, they have probable cause to come in. They take the camera footage. They see on that footage that he, a convicted felon, ran outside with a gun after being shot at. He did almost triple the time that either of the shooters did. He got sentenced to 11 years, and I think the most that one of the people who shot in the garage got was 4.
It's 924C, felon in possession of a firearm, and it's different. There's 12 circuits. Do you know how the federal court works?
I don't know.
There's 12 circuits of federal courts. It's 1 through 12 plus DC, so 13. And there can be inter-circuit conflicts of a federal law that's written by Congress and interpreted in 2 entirely separate ways. So 924, it's felony in possession of a firearm. So like in the 9th Circuit, it's the most lenient. Like if you're driving with your lady and you're banging her, like if there's that and it's in the glove box, but it's her car and she owns it, like that's not felon. But most other circuits it is. So there's all kinds of dichotomy with that fucking whole thing. And if the Supreme Court doesn't listen to it, it still stays changed.
Yep. It's a fucked up system, dude. It's fucked up how there's different.
But it's just learning how to navigate it. It's pretty fascinating. Like the law is pretty powerful if you use it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think personally, it's kind of messed up that laws are enforced differently just depending on the judge and by interpretation. I feel like it would be a more fair system if there was just a flat, this is what happened, this is what should occur, you know?
The case law is just unbelievable.
Yep. And it keeps building, you know? So one thing you had mentioned when we were talking last about your time in prison before you got sent to Marion is you had just mentioned getting thrown in the hole. And I'm really intrigued, like, what is solitary like? What is a day in that life?
Which one? I think I went to the hole in every prison. So I had...
Let's say your first time going to the hole. Describe that to me.
I mean, you just, I don't know, like while you're not really depressed.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty intense. You know, you got an out date. You're right. Like you have to, part of you becomes numb to that. So you're in a room for that. And the whole there would be 22-hour lockdown. You get 2 hours of rec every day. 3 meals a day brought in. You usually have a cellie.
Even in the hole, you have a cellie?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But not in Marion. Marion's been single cell.
That was just in the lower security facilities that you would have a cellie in.
And actually, not all of them, though, because the other ones were all one. Sometimes two, but a lot of them were single cells, like in Pekin when you went to the hole.
Yep.
And then one time, the time that I left Sandstone, I was in the hole with my workout partner for like fucking 5 weeks. It was awesome because we worked out. Hoghead, he was a big motherfucker. Tom Kirk, he was huge.
So you actually enjoyed it that time.
I mean, it actually, we had some fun. There's memories of being in the hole with him that I think back that fondly. And one time I got a bunch of weed and I was in the hole on the way to Pekin. And I did. I won't say how, but I had it. And then we were on holdover for like 12 days in this prison somewhere. And this dude was there, Rocky. And he was going to the same place. And this guy was a big time motherfucker, man. And, but we smoked it all in there.
In solitary?
Yeah.
How do you get away with that?
So if you had a pencil and you just gently take the top off and the eraser and you have that little thing, right? And then you bite an end down really hard. You take a blank toilet paper roll, and right where that like crease is, you just very slowly and gently you work it through, and then it'll be airtight. That's just with those tools.
Interesting.
And then when you light it, that's enough where you can fill that, and all the smoke will go in. And then if you have like one bounce, or you just do it when the guards don't come around, and you have to have matches keistered and that, but people smoke, so you could get matches. And there's always a toilet paper roll, and everybody had access to pencils. And that all the places we smoked, that's how you smoked. And you could just flush that, because those were like vacuum flush toilets. It'd suck a fucking orange down the fucking toilet.
Probably not a good idea to have that strong of toilets in the cells. That probably helped you get rid of tons of shit.
In fucking prison, man. Yeah, that was crazy. No, I guess it was. I tried to be pretty positive. You know?
I mean, it seems like you have a positive outlook on things in general. Like when you talk about getting sentenced to 151 months, you're like, I was so happy.
Rodney had 30 years because they convinced him to take a little bit of the kilo and show him how to make crack. Never been in prison at 25 or 30. And I met him in Marion. He was in where the riots were.
Mm-hmm.
He'd never been to jail before. And so I think 21 years. So he would have been getting out when he was like 2014, like when he was 45 years old. So it's almost like a life sentence. But like everybody, people had 30, 35 years for growing weed, and they took their whole farms. Jerry did. They took his farm, all his money, just for weed, never been in trouble before, and gave him 30 years. When I met him, he was like 55, 56. He might have been in 7 years, and he probably had. So what, with 85%, you got to serve another 19, 20 years. That's fucking insane. And they took everything he fucking owned. And now
just
look.
For weed.
And now look.
Yeah.
It's right here.
I can legally sell this and advertise it. Dude? And there's guys who are still in prison probably to this day from that era who got arrested for doing.
Still today, though.
Yeah.
I know some people that I've just read it. Like a guy got pulled over with a van, Seth Ferranti, but he's a good dude.
That's funny that you mentioned Seth Ferranti. Yeah. I've actually hit him up before to come on the show.
He's a good dude, man. And it's insane that they can, but he'll get off on that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's but
it's a fucked up system, dude. It's a fucked up system.
Jail and weed and fucking drama. But like I think with America, I definitely have some opinions, man. Like, do you know what the Ellsberg papers were?
No, fill me in.
1973. He was basically like the Snowden of his time, and he released all these papers, but it basically, a lot of what it showed the extent of the CIA and how they had co-opted the media since the 1950s.
Mm-hmm.
So... Like, do you know Noam Chomsky or Christopher Hitchens? Noam Chomsky.
I know Noam Chomsky.
He's alive. I mean, one of his books we had to read when I went to college was Thought Control, Necessary Illusions, Thought Control in Democratic Society. That was like required reading. But that dude is fucking brilliant. He talks shit about everybody, but in a factual way.
Mm-hmm. A clear and concise way of shit talking, a way you can't dispute, So one of the things that really intrigues me about your story so far is
COINTELPRO and MK Ultra were CIA. I mean, CIA was the cocaine importing agency. Gary Webb, Dark Alliance.
Well, all the LSD that you were taking and selling
Michael
back in the
Rupert.
day, CIA brought that too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
on Dead Tour. I used to, when I was in Josh, the Rainbow Sun would tell me about how the CIA was giving away free crack in the inner city.
Yep.
Even while it was happening. And then Rupert in 84, 85, when he said that at the meeting, or maybe it was 89, and the director of the CIA was there.
Mm-hmm.
The system, and the hypocrisy of going back and forth and like getting everybody to fight each other, because the seats of power don't really change. The treachery. I mean, America is definitely by far the largest terrorist group that there ever was.
Yeah, one of the biggest drug dealers too.
So strong, right? And and all the presidents, Democrat or Republican. I mean, Bush killed 600,000 Iraqis. I mean, dude, what about that? Where's the reparations for that?
Yep.
And Obama did good by going to the prisons, and he went into he pardoned Timmy. I think he pardoned the most people ever. I mean, Trump might end up beating him. But what did he do? There was one thing.
Trump's been pardoning a lot of fucking people.
Yeah.
Guy's been handing them out like candy. Maybe not always people that deserve it, but he's handed them out all right.
He's handed them out.
Yeah, I saw Ross Ulbricht got pardoned recently.
Tim Geithner and Frank Paulson. He didn't create the banking thing, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
But then those guys basically created it, and then he appointed them to fix it. And so, it's that right there isn't a free market. That bailout, that is unbelievable. That's our money, like the wickedness and power of a government. And then Paulson got $50 million when he left from his thing. And then since he went to the government job, so he got a $50 million and a $10 million. But those types of people, like if something happens with the economy really big, but like they should be the first ones, man, to be like, they should be, why didn't they go to Marion?
Yep.
Think of the shit that they did. I mean, that almost could warrant a public game.
Yeah.
You know,
that's an insane way to put it.
Like,
but yeah.
how did it back in the medieval times? Didn't they do death by 1,000 pokes when someone just some bad type of crime? I mean,
we might need to bring that back.
The fleecing
dude.
of what they're doing to us, man. It's like it's so, and all sides do it. That's why I went from the two.
Yep.
And then with Trump, I don't know. Like, there's some insane stuff there too. It's just but it's all the presidents. It's the system. Trump's probably taking some stuff
It's a
too
bipartisan
far.
thing, dude. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican.
They're all co-opted.
Yep. And the only reason
they never want to give up power.
The only reason those two parties exist is to divide the average voter. You know, at the end of the day, they generally accomplish the same goals. You know, whether it's
There's
a Republican
some slight
or a Democrat.
differences, but it's still the same thing.
The end result and the end objective is pretty similar across the board. You know, and it's fucked up that. Literally, the last guest that we had on just this past week, right before you, was my friend Orson, who was around he was selling crack back in the 1980s when the CIA was dropping it off in all the black neighborhoods across America. He grew up pre-civil rights movement as a black guy in America. Wow. So he experienced all that. He experienced the CIA coming in and delivering this to this neighborhood. And then he watched as all of his peers got arrested for selling the drugs and consuming the drugs that the CIA introduced to them with no consequence. That's fucked up.
Felix Rodriguez, there's this DEA agent that got killed, Kiki Morena, and there's this guy Hector. He's doing the rounds, and there's a couple movies made about it. But Felix Rodriguez is still alive, man, and I think he was involved in the Kennedy assassination.
Really?
This guy's unbelievable. He came to light, and I Googled him, Felix Rodriguez. There's probably been people that have been afraid to say his name. I mean, maybe it's that they find me in a box somewhere, but he's still alive.
Well, if they do, I'll know
but
why.
For sure, he was there during the torture. They kept this DEA agent alive for a long time. These doctors came in because he flew over. It was during the Iran-Contra when I was up there, and Josh said they could get, they were just giving the crack away, and he discovered something. He was going to report it up the chain, so they kidnapped him. But Felix Rodriguez, according to everything that I've seen on this show, and I've done my own research, like he was there. And he's still probably an asset of the CIA. And he was with the Cuban thing that they didn't get through, but he made it. If Lee Harvey Oswald didn't act alone, and I would bet that he knows.
Felix Rodriguez must have been there too then?
For sure. He was involved in some way. He had to be. He had knowledge of, and he's alive and very well.
Do you think
right now living in Miami? And he's not, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't have anything against the guy. I mean, but he has to be still connected.
Why do you think Miami is such like a popular destination for like assets and ex-cons alike and all that?
It's pretty cool. It's right on the ocean. It's warm.
They just like the vibe there.
Yeah, I remember going there in '89 after the spring tour. That's when I stayed with them for like 8 months. And we went through Miami in '89, and it was unbelievably gorgeous. And I went there like in 2003 and 4 too. But now, from even then, 2003 and 4, I was probably there 8 or 9 times. But I haven't been back since. So that's 23 years, 22 years, whatever. Like, it's changed immensely.
It's expensive as hell in Miami now. I mean, it's probably always been.
Actually, I think I was there about 5 years ago, but I just landed. Yeah.
It's just a little pass through or something.
Yeah.
So one of the things I'm really intrigued about is you talked about how early on in your time in prison, you were in low security facilities.
Yes.
And that's a stark contrast from Marion, which is Supermax, the highest level of security, correct?
Supermax, yes.
How did you end up at a Supermax facility when you started out as a nonviolent offender at a low security facility?
Yeah. Can I get that other bottle of water?
Yeah, 100%. So for those who, by the way,
the reason why was so all drugs not to be legal, would have never thought it was where it would be today. To expose the riots, because it's very historical, and the race, but the race it's all equal. Those are the three reasons.
So what do you think, like the riot that you experienced that you've talked about before, what like really incited that? Like what?
So they changed. They realized they made a mistake. They changed the LSD law, the methamphetamine law, and the marijuana law. And there's a sentencing commission. And there's like, 4, it's all equally divided, everything. And Congress made these changes to change those 3 laws without getting into the specifics, but that's all laws that affect white people.
Yeah.
There was a discrepancy with the meth, where they could buy the pills, but they would think it was real meth. And then the LSD, they took some of the paperweight away for everybody because they had fucked everybody. So they made that law, and this was all retroactive. And then the other one was for the marijuana law, because they had it where, like, if you had 49 plants, they would just count it as like 49 plants. But if it was over, if it was 50, they'd say each plant could be like a pound. And you get busted for 50 pounds, and you'd have like 15 years when you really should only be getting 5.
Yeah.
Which is still getting ass fucked with nothing.
Yeah. It's either get fucked or get fucked harder.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that changed. And then the crack law was coming. It's like saying if you got drunk driving, drinking a beer versus hard vodka, like we're going to give it doesn't matter if you're drunk driving, it's still the same drug. So that was like 50 to 1, 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1. But LSD was 10,000 to 1. It affected less people, but the biggest disparity when the LSD law finally, that was like 10,000 to 1. Is how it could get, so why 151 months was good. There was a lot of guys for 30, 40 years with LSD. Yeah. Like, fuck.
And those guys, I mean, when you're facing 30, 40 years, it probably feels like you have nothing to lose at that point, Like, fuck it. Time to riot.
No.
Really?
So they didn't change it, and it was on all the TV stations. And like when I was coming out of the chow hall, I went back to the unit, but a lot of bad stuff happened out on the yard. And in the unit, we all wanted just to break down the door to the guidance office, but the whole unit was being taken apart, and you could smell wicked smoke everywhere, right? So this, and the thing is, all the records were paper, and we figured if we could bat down that door, we were going to burn all the files. Because that's the only record it would travel with you.
Then they don't have shit on you anymore.
We couldn't get that door down, and eventually they took the prison over. And it was because of and so 11 other prisons simultaneously rioted. We didn't know that till 2 or 3 days on lockdown, because we were hearing it on the radio. And then when you were going through, you would just hear all the stories. And so they locked it down. They shot some people. The place was surrounded. But when we left there, man, there was whole buildings burnt to the fucking ground, dude.
Really?
And they surrounded us with fucking armored vehicles, and there was a helicopter. So I think they had to have declared posse comitatus, because there's no way they could bring all those machines there. And then once they locked us down, you'd hear the fucking bulldozers, but you didn't know what the fuck was going on. And then when you left, man, it was like, holy fuck. So there's 23 guys, 21 guys and me. And then like there's a whole situation that happened with this lieutenant. And and so then we all left, and we got sent to Marion.
What's it like getting sent to Marion? I mean, I'd imagine they didn't warn you in advance that you're going there, right?
No.
Or did they?
No, that's funny you asked that. So when we got on the bus, and you must know this story. Did I tell this story before?
I watched all your Soft White Underbelly episodes.
Yeah,
so I remember hearing briefly, but
so like we all we're getting, you got to go out and you got to get chained and all that stuff when we're on the bus. And, but it was still a very tense feeling over the whole yard because of what happened, like the way that everybody was treated in a general way. And I didn't know what happened on the yard till I went to Marion, and someone told me, like someone told someone, and like there's a lot of really bad stuff that happened out on that yard. And we were on the bus, and like we didn't know where we were going. Everybody was talking, and the guys driving were like a little lightened up, right? It was different. And then I don't know how if you look at that drive, what is that? It's got to be 8 or 10 hours at least.
From where to USP Marion?
From Talladega, Alabama. Yeah, see how long that ride is.
And then Marion's in what town in Illinois? Is it just
Marion, Illinois?
Oh, interesting. It's named after the town.
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, that's a 7-hour drive.
Okay, so yeah,
but
so
in a bus, it's probably slower. So
this big diesel bus was just like on the movies, kind of, with the cage and all that shit. And there's 2 of them up there and 1 in back. And then I realized I'm leaving a lot of parts out because that's how but and that guy said, we're going to, I knew for sure. And I was actually like, fuck it. This is it. Right. And I had an appeal and that looked really fucking good. So I thought I ended up spending 24 months in Marion. But absolutely made the best of it. And I said, we're going to Marion, and there's this big fucking square mirror, and this massive windshield the dude's driving. But everybody hushed when I said that. And I knew. And he just kind of looked up as he's driving, right? Mm-hmm. And he fucking smirked. And dude, you could hear a pin drop till we got there. And then that was a wicked ordeal too, man. That was unbelievable. But like I saw that stuff like one time. The reason why I knew it by then is because 3 prisons before that, like we were in the chow hall and this Indian drank a whole bunch of hooch. It was really like, and the guards were beating him really bad, man. Mm-hmm. And that's the yard where there was the most cohesion. Like it was perfect if you could have one with dudes with a lot of fucking time. And then so they just like really quickly, like almost like sign language. And all of a sudden there was a white and a black guy. And they went to help the Indian and took some of the beating, and they got beaten and they all got taken to the hole. But it was like those 2 sides like that quickly said, okay, you. And they didn't even do anything. They just tried to stop the cops. Yeah. So that was like a pretty wicked like thing of just how races acted, I mean, there was a cohesion there, People weren't worried about, pronouns or gun rights or, it was just like,
just you guys versus the guards. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was a pretty cool act of solidarity and like compassion in a fucking prison, man. It was like, wow, that was heavy. That was humanity though. I think that was like good.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think,
way,
it sounds like you guys had a real camaraderie in there where
weird.
Like the race politics kind of took a back seat to just survival.
Everybody had shanks stashed. Like Paul would come out from the chair factory and throw me 3. Mm-hmm. But there was never any, there's a couple of fights, but not, yeah, it's warm, it's cold, it's warm, it's cold. Like people aren't angry. Mm-hmm. Now they'll kill you and like you disrespect somebody, but it's not like people are just walking around with hard anger about everything.
Yeah. Do you think by the time they end up somewhere like Marion, they've just kind of already gotten that anger out?
No. Listen, we weren't supposed to be sent there. No, dude. That was the fucking, that was the most dangerous place of all. That's like comparing, it's, Mars to a whole nother universe. Yeah. No, whole nother galaxy. A galaxy away, it's literally. And this, if the size of what the space is, let's go there for a second, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take you back to 6 hits of acid. Like that's what you're comparing. And so you have to just become that. And you know, like there's some wicked shit that happened there. A lot.
What was like the most
But the thing
fucked
is,
up
when
thing?
they walked me to my cell after that whole situation, like I had my own cell. I knew I could feel I was going to win that appeal. It took 24 months, but I did. And, you know, you learn a lot.
I mean, what was
Then I would wake up very early and do yoga. I'd do fasting. And now I'm cold. I should have brought my
we could turn the AC off. Yeah.
I was gonna bring my what do you call it?
Then it'll get hot and then we'll turn it on in an hour.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes with these white lights.
I had my own cell and it was across from windows. And the thing is, like when you fast, man, you could do the splits. Like on the 4th day of the fast, in the cell Alex taught me, he was the leader of the Muslim Brothers. He would do it for 30 days.
30-day fast?
Yeah, and the thing is, I've done it since I've been out. I filmed one of them. I made it to 4 days.
Really?
But it's just water. It's and I didn't have to start.
How does your body feel when you do a water fast for that long?
Well, the thing is, like your whole body is really, if you think of it, the machine of what the human body is, right? Exactly like what it is. It's the most energy goes to getting the food into how your body takes it.
Mm-hmm.
And all the energy for is just like, how does food to get into the blood to keep you running?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like when I think of a 30-day fast, like...
So when you fast, that energy, your whole body is designed just to expend that energy. Like if you look at it at a biological, like the way that we look at a little cell, imagine something, you know, like, so all that energy. But if you stop the food, right, and drink water, that energy, that's all the energy of what you're here for, essentially, in a biological way. When you stop that, man, it's just like, and you drink the water, it's hard to really say what it is, but it's hygienic to the body. And your body, it's like just a deep sort cleanse. Not even that. That's like 1/1,000,000th of what it is. It's like unbelievable. And it's just kind of, it does purify and it's a cleanse, but then like you also become totally ketogenic.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that it purifies you like mentally or spiritually at all, or is it totally just a physical thing?
It's pretty physical and mental.
So there is kind of...
But I think it makes your life longer. Like I do intermittent fasting every single day almost, and at least 7 to 15 days a month, I do at least 18 hours in between meals.
Interesting.
Always 60, 80 ounces of water. Every single day, I wake up to 30 ounces of water. You got to get some sun in the morning.
You have like a quota for what you need each day? Like I need to drink this much water.
It's got you have to have 60 to 80 ounces of water every day, no matter what. Like I probably, for the last 30 years at least, without fail, when I wake up, 25 to 35 ounces of water. How many we got here?
16.9.
Yeah, so right when you wake up.
Just start slamming
it. Thing, nice, beautiful, fresh water, like purified.
Do you ever get scared of like drinking out of the plastic water bottles, thinking about microplastics?
Yes.
That's something that I as I drink
I
out
didn't
of
bring
a
my
plastic
bottles
bottle.
with me on the trip. I didn't put them in the backpack. Otherwise, I would have had those. I always bring them because all the hotels have the things where you put the thing in there.
Yep.
It makes it go in.
Yeah, the hotel that you're staying at right now, they have that one on the first floor. I've stayed there a million times.
Oh, yeah.
They have that one on the first floor. Yeah.
They have two. They have one, the ice cold one, and then they have another one in the weight room.
It's a nice spot.
Yeah.
Nice spot. The weight room's not somewhere I frequent. That's if you couldn't tell, I don't go to the weight room.
How did we get onto the water? We diverted.
I don't know. We ended up there somehow. Oh, you're talking about the fasting. Talk about how one of the guys.
So when Alex did it, when I did it in there, like in the morning, I would do the yoga every day and deep breathing without fail every day.
Yeah.
Then before the chow would get there, it already is shit. Perfect, beautiful shit, right? Because the The physical workout, man, was like without fail. We just did burpees and we ran, but like burpees is fucking wicked. We would do 250 on the inside day.
Really?
And then we'd run,
It's a
yeah.
shitload of burpees.
10 sets of 25. That's wicked, right? And,
Yeah,
but there was no weights, and we could do some pull-ups, and then sometimes we'd do running with the stairs back and forth, right? But you'd have to know about where everyone was and that we were, you know, because you'd just be up and back and down. Yeah. How did we get there? Fuck, man.
We were just talking more about
your relaxing.
It is, isn't it?
It's very relaxing.
Isn't it? Shout out 5 sponsoring the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Giving some good stuff. So when you were at Marion, how long did you actually spend at Marion?
Just like probably for 23 months and a few days.
Do you think that time moved slower in a place like that, or did it move faster? Or was it about the same?
It's one day at a time, man.
That's just how it always was when you locked up?
One day at a time. I think we got to the same, because the meditation and like the movies, little black and white TV, there was some wicked shit that went down there too, man.
I mean, what was like...
But the workout, and the thing is, like, so on the fast, the first time, like by the 4th day, like I was pretty flexible. But like the first time I did that, man, I could like, my body wasn't like it, like way more stretched, easily like opened up. So it must have loosened everything up. And I didn't feel weak, but by the 3rd day, I didn't need glasses. I remember, and your hearing was just like unbelievable in the sense of touch.
Your senses were getting enhanced?
You just, everything, man. It was unbelievable.
Even your eyesight?
Yeah, too? Then when you piss, my piss was like Coca-Cola for like the first 3 days.
Oh, God.
Seriously.
That's
what Alex told me it was going to be, and then it would get clear. But yeah, but because at the time, now when I fast, it's maybe for the first piss and it's clean because I'm so fucking clean right now. But I even drank the water there.
Yeah.
But it was profound, man. And you know, the cell, I don't know, like, because if a monk goes there and does it, they're doing the same thing. I think you can get to that spot. I think we did, some of us.
So that Coca-Cola,
the people that were there,
like a cleanse, right? That's your body.
That's part of it, yeah. But plus, your body's not using any of its power of anything. It's just flowing, and you're basically operating on your fat. You go to keto automatically. You get the sweet taste in your mouth, and then you're like the supercharged. If you could make a drug that did that, seriously, it put you in that state.
Ozempic.
No, like literally, like I don't know if Ozempic does that.
All I know is it makes people very skinny. I think it's just an appetite suppressant, though, is my understanding.
No, but I mean, the ketones are so powerful. I've done it for a week straight many times.
Yeah.
Just pure keto. In the morning, you just start with 2 tablespoons of like some brain octane in the coffee and blend it up with some mushrooms. And that just like you feel the rush to your face. It's kind of almost drug-like, but then you're just operating on the ketones.
I mean,
drinking lots of water. You got to make sure you have at least a tablespoon of salt. A little
bit of lemon is
on the
good. Body.
It's not, though. I don't think it is at all. I think it extends life. If you look at people, and I think they even looked at with people that made it out of Germany, but were in there because the ones that they live much longer, and they think it's because, you know, like they look at that, right? And so that kind of controversial, but it's true. Like, and so, but I think fasting, if you do one fast, you know, each fast you do, if you do like a 4 to 5, 6 day fast of a water fast, you probably add 6 or 8 years on your life.
Interesting.
To a certain point, right? But it's just unbelievable. Yeah, but there's a Henry, what was his name? Herbert Shelton. The Fine Art of Fasting, I think. I think I read it in there, and Alex had it, and I think I reread it just recently. I think that's the name, like 1925, 35, he wrote it. But a lot of people did studies with fasting over the years. But I'm always been thin, so it's not to lose weight, but if you know, you just shred it off. Like I'm probably 170. When I fast, I'll get down to like probably 174, and I'll get down to like 158, but won't even notice it. I'm not weak or anything.
Yeah, it
You know
seems
what I
like
mean? You're
a
not
like a natural healthy loss, you know?
Yeah, and when you're functioning, you got to be careful though. Like I get all, it's almost like when you start to take LSD and you start to trip and you're
Mhm.
just kind of like there. That's what it's like when you get and not to do it because of that, but totally in a sober way that you
Mhm.
see it, right? And then working out, it's good too.
Yeah, I mean,
Or if you keep in keto, that's the holy grail.
yeah.
Because if you're in keto, you're eating a shit ton of fat and you can eat a tiny little bit of carbs, 20. And if and then you throttle it, like what is your metabolic flexibility? Like mine is, that's where you keep it and you just kind of control it. But I eat very little carbs and sometimes then turn it way up high and then go to the keto.
Is that how you
And
stay
then
fit, just doing these techniques?
it suits my brain too. Cause I was, at a very young age, they wanted to put me on Ritalin. I was 5.5. It's the first time I ever felt less than. I grabbed my mom's leg and I'm like, I'm 6. She said to the doctor, he's 6. And I said, I'm 5.5. And but she wanted a different thing for Ritalin.
Mm-hmm. You had ADHD?
I think I did, man. I couldn't eat sugar. And so then he gave her this diet. And then by the time I was 10, I could tell you everything in the store that didn't have that and how they would change it. BHA, BHT, artificial color, artificial flavor, no high fructose corn syrup, no sugar, no white bread. I mean, I've altered it now, but that's been there since then. It kind of gave me an edge on food and how to eat and what worked for me, but it was not detrimental to the body. And so that worked. So she never gave me that stuff. There were guys in prison. They took this case all the way to the Supreme Court that they were predisposed to selling meth because when they were 5 and 6 years old, they got prescribed ADHD. And I met them in the prison and they almost won. It went to the en banc, but I think with the first 3 judges, they gave it to them. And then the government reappealed it. And then no one took it to the Supreme Court. Or they might have, no, they took it to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court said they weren't going to hear it because they can do that.
It's fucked up. They can just say, no,
right. But they had all this data too that showed the kids, because that's like, you can't give that to a 6-year-old.
No, not at all.
And this other doctor told my mom to do the diet. We were middle class, but like we could have, it didn't matter if the medication wasn't like that expensive, but she just had this fucking protective sense about her.
Yeah.
And I didn't really, that's wicked, man, to have that. And then I have an edge on like ingredients and food, but I know everything in my closet. Like if a woman didn't eat that way, I probably couldn't live with her. And so it would really matter,
You have strict dietary standards.
I just like that. Yeah, like the whole good food, right?
Yeah.
But most women, I think, would like to eat like that. It's pure as fuck, man.
Yeah.
I do a little bit of posting. I don't post at all. I do a lot of beef cheeks too. But I just I'm really into food, man, because it's fucking medicine.
Yeah.
It is, man.
It's really interesting hearing you talk about the Ritalin prescription and everything, because when I was super young, I was like 10, and I got my first Adderall script. And I have ADHD. I've had it ever since I was super young. Yeah. I don't take any medication for it anymore, but like I was in like 6th grade, my first year of middle school. I got sent to the doctor's office by my mom. I got prescribed Adderall, and Adderall is literally 1 molecule change away from meth. Like it is meth in a capsule.
And it's clean.
And it's super clean. Yeah. So
it's real.
Yeah. My Adderall script, I took it when I was young. I didn't really understand that I was getting high on it all the time until I got older and I started smoking weed and partying and drinking with my friends. And my friends found out I had an Adderall script.
Oh, wait, can I stop? Hold on.
Yeah.
When I got sober, the first time I went on keto, I did it for 6 months straight. It was probably 2005. And he said, because he gave me the pills for what was the latest one? Like an Adderall.
I feel like there's a new one every few years,
this was like 10, 12 years ago, but whatever it was.
Vyvanse?
No.
Concerta? There's one. Ritalin, but that's the old one that he was talking about.
It's a new one. But anyway,
there's one that starts with an M.
I had a script for 30 and for 1 or 2, maybe 3 days, and I could feel it. and it focused. But then my doctor said, this fucking guy who said I could take the CBD, and he made it the first time. Fuck, man. Well, I lost my train of thought.
You were talking about the there was some other medication that you had taken.
Oh yeah, so he said this is what he said. God damn it. He said that if you do, he showed me the studies, and now this is a guy that I've known him for 15 years, and he can look at me, figured out I was allergic to yeast. I don't want to say his name. It's already a 6-month wait, and most people can't even get into him. You know, he's that good. But when I met, he had me. Like the first time I was on keto, he took my blood like twice a week. He said if you go on a 6-month keto, which is the same as fasting essentially, because your body is running at its highest level that it can. He said that if you do it for 6 months straight, it'll reset your whole brain from the ADD. He said for at least the next 10 or 12, 20, maybe till you die. He's like, you can do it again. So that was the first time I really did it, man. I lost a lot of weight, but it was like incredible. And my brain got refocused, I think.
So it really did reset your brain. Yeah, he was right.
I think it did.
Interesting. Yeah, for me, I mean.
But you were on it at 10 years old. For how long?
I took my medicine all the way up until like 21. So it wasn't always Adderall.
11 years.
Yeah, I started with Adderall.
Can I ask?
No, I don't. I don't.
Right.
I haven't taken any ADHD medication in like 5 years. I think it's better to just like get used to having that kind of mindset. You know, I mean, I get distracted easily, but like I think if you're able to like control it and like get used to that, there's a lot of ways where it can be beneficial. You know, whereas like taking fucking meth pills every day is not beneficial. Like that doesn't work. I
was in a bad meth neighborhood in Colorado. I almost bought this house, man. And I'm telling you, like I never thought, I mean, I've seen it, man. Like when I was going to the crack houses, I mean, nothing bad ever happened to me out there. I got sober, but I was driving in this neighborhood and there were some nice houses. It was Longhorse or something like that. It was on the way from West Glacier to Kalispell, this town in the middle, Crazy Horse or something like that. And houses burned up, but some nicest houses, but the people. And like one time I was right after I sold a house, one of the last houses I had. And then this guy, this weird meeting people on the street, like sometimes it was like and then some of the properties come to find were so dirty that there was a thing on them with the EPA. So they were, there's a word for it, but they were considered,
like condemned.
Yeah. The land itself, because there's so much meth on it. And like one time this guy came up to the car and I was kind of looking at the house and I've never felt the shriek of wickedness and murder and unbelievable energy. And then the next day when I was looking, so I just noticed that this guy wanted me to tow him out. And I was driving my WRX. No, at the time I had my truck, my big Dodge. And he said, can you back down the driveway? And then I backed down this driveway, down these trees, and like come into this scene of like, there's 4 or 5 dudes. They really do need to get their truck pulled, and I just have to act cool. And you could just see all this shit in the house, and it was like for sure like a meth house. And people had told me, and then
tweakers,
like, dude, it was wicked. And then, but he's like, and they just started doing everything. He's like, okay, pull forward, we'll follow. And like I just did it, right? And I was like, wow. So how did we get on the meth? How did we get to the meth neighborhood?
We were just talking about Adderall. And all the ADD medication,
the
how it's one molecule away from meth,
yeah. I think Colorado has one of the biggest concentrations right now statistically. If you look it up, look at the meth in Montana. I think it's in every single county. I think it's the worst.
Biggest meth counties in the U.S. Is that a good search?
Yeah.
Biggest meth counties in the U.S. Oh, geez. I don't know if I trust the .gov link on this. They sold it to him.
Click Colorado. Look, 11. What does it say? 11 what?
Let's see.
But Montana only has like
total of meth lab incidents, including labs, dump sites for the year. Oh, this is old though. This is 2009.
But they only have like 2 million people, a million people in the whole state. So that's equal to Texas. That means Texas would have to have 150 million people.
Yeah.
If you do them, then it doesn't. Like that's a huge number. It doesn't mean it's number.
Well,
11
look at the Midwest too, man. I mean, in Missouri, 1,500 labs were busted in the year of 2009 alone. That's crazy. Yeah, fuck that stat. The Arizona.
But no, there's an influx. What they think directly with the Indians from
these are very
Mexican
outdated.
cartel up to you should punch it in right now.
Let's see.
Montana meth Mexican cartel.
Let's see. Mexican drug cartels have flooded Montana with high purity meth, replacing locally produced meth with a cheaper, more potent supply. Federal and state law enforcement have identified the Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco cartel as major players.
They made some busts too.
Interesting. And they're targeting remote areas. It says cartels now target.
So if they legalize it,
yeah,
you would cut all that out. And like Portugal did it. They say on average, at minimum 50% people were sexually abused as a young child. Is why they use the heavy drugs. Now they have a model system in Portugal, and it's been proven and it's been documented. There's been even recent documentaries on it, take you right in there. So but they don't want it legal. That's another thing I was talking about. Like the Maduro's taking the money from the cartels and he's not bringing it back to the U.S. because a lot of the drug money right now, it has to get laundered somewhere because it's in American dollars. And a lot of it's going right back to the American banks. And that's why if that happens, it's a tacit agreement. It's allowed. Yeah. They need that money for Wall Street. That's wicked drug flow. It all goes back. So I don't know what would happen if they made it legal, but I know that it would stop. Like a lot of crime would stop and the prisons would be empty. The DEA would have to go out of business in a sense, but like that's the best thing for what could happen, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of the violence is a direct result of the fact that it's a crime to produce and sell these drugs and use these drugs. You know, imagine if, just like the same way that we can go buy weed here in LA, imagine if there's a meth dispensary up the street.
But you could buy alcohol too, I think is the worst of all.
For sure. I agree.
Your body. Bad. Yeah. There's actually a fight right now to get the cancer warning on alcohol. I think it's going to happen.
I think
they say over 2 drinks is what they've said publicly. I mean, they said
there needs to be a lot more warnings with alcohol, and alcohol is fucked up because not only it's bad for your body, it completely destroys your body, but it puts other people at risk because you get drunk and then you get in the car and a lot of people start drunk driving and then they hurt people in car accidents when they're drunk.
Wisconsin, in the last article I read, are the top 50 drunkest counties in the country.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ashamed there's 49, 39.
Yeah,
so 40 basically in Wisconsin.
I'm from the Midwest. I'm from Northern Illinois, so I know all about Wisconsin. Me and my friends.
I'm from Chicago, Oak Park.
I'm from Aurora suburbs. Yeah. I have a ton of friends in Oak Park.
I lived there from 0 to 10. I loved it, man.
I miss Chicago so much, dude.
I'm a Midwest Chicago guy. I am.
Chicago's, in my opinion, the greatest city in the country.
It is.
There is not. When you factor in everything, when you factor in like. I love the weather. I love all 4 seasons. I love when it snows and it's coming in from the lake through the buildings. I love the vibe of the city. Oh, fall is amazing.
The architecture, all the Frank Lloyd Wrights. My mother took me to all those when I was little.
It's a beautiful part of the country out there. But also the drunkest part of the country.
Is it? It's probably 100%. Just as bad as Wisconsin.
It's that general area. The whole Midwest is the drunkest part of the country. And
I think it ranks in the top and around the world too.
Yep.
Like some counties in Wisconsin are pretty.
Well, and I think part of the reason it is I don't know if you knew this, but in Wisconsin, your first DUI is not a crime. It's a civil offense. So it's the same thing as a speeding ticket.
Right now?
Yes, right now, today, in the state of Wisconsin, your first DUI is not actually considered a criminal offense. It's a traffic or a civil offense the same way that like going 20 over the speed limit would be. So like people are getting DUIs, and in the state of Wisconsin, in Illinois, they're very hard about it. I have one DUI. I got it in Illinois when I was younger. I was dumb. I didn't hurt anybody, but I just made a bad decision and got in my car drunk. And I immediately lost my license for a year, like before conviction, instantly. The moment I was pulled over and I was drunk, my license, literally the cops took it, like on then and there on the scene. And that's like the minimum. In the state of Wisconsin, that's not required. So you can get a DUI.
And just you won't even go to jail. You just have to walk
Yeah,
home.
they won't necessarily like, they're not going to be like, all right, bro, here's a ticket, go drive home. But yeah, you can walk home and then go to court and potentially never spend a day without a driver's license. And, you know, that enables a lot of people.
I think it's way underrated. I thought that since the 80s.
Yep.
That should be like is worse than fucking getting caught with weed.
For sure.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's what I always thought.
It's so fucked up.
That's my thought.
It is extremely fucked up. And I'm saying this as a guy who has a fucking DUI. Like, I should have gone to jail. I should have gone to jail. Like, I think it would deter more people. I would have never gotten in the car that night.
They're not looking out for the citizenry properly.
I am
That's
million
a law
percent.
that's way too weak.
100%. I would have never gotten in the car that
Lock a
night.
motherfucker up for a joint for a year or 6 months.
A hit of acid, a joint, a fucking...
You're for sure going to have to get bailed out.
Yes. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I remember...
It's a loaded gun, my dad would always say.
Yep.
Driving drunk. And New Year's Eve was, amateur night.
Mm-hmm. All the cops are out,
It was the worst
dude.
one.
They're making their paychecks on New Year's Eve, dude. That's a holiday for them.
Someone would always end up dying, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's legal in this country, dude. Like, even right now, weed isn't federally legal yet, dude. But
Schedule 1 drug.
Alcohol is.
I looked it up before I reposted it because I'm like, wait, I thought they were going to vote it down to 3.
Hasn't happened yet. And
so how are people getting pulled over with fucking weed and the cops are letting them have it? So the local cops are just are not regarding the federal law.
Well, it depends on where you are. Like out here, they don't give a shit, dude. You can drive down the highway and smoke a joint while you're driving here. They don't care, dude. They're not going to pull you over.
Federally, it's still illegal.
Federally, it is though. So it depends where you are. Like obviously, they follow state law, but there's certain like here in LA
Unless
County,
you're driving like Seth with fucking
yeah. If you're driving like Seth Ferranti, then you're in trouble.
He's gonna win it though.
You think?
For sure.
What is he dealing with right now? Like, explain his situation briefly.
They pulled him over illegally, and they proved it in the pretrial evidentiary hearing. Like that's what I was told from him when I met him. I met him for the first time. I went to see Timmy. He was in Las Vegas. I told him all about you too. He's got quite the story. And then that was cool. We hung out for about 10 minutes and talked. We came up with some ideas too. He's done all these movies, man. He's done a bunch of stuff, and he does these writing to people in prison, and he helps them with like poetry or whatever they write. So he's in it really good. But that's what I know about what happened, and then I read a little bit about it online.
Mm-hmm.
And so essentially I think they're taking the truck, and for sure you lose like, I don't know what the load was, 2, 3, 4, 500, 600, 400 pounds. I mean, it was a little load.
Fucking better than going to prison, dude.
Load. He got out, and they didn't let him search it. Like they just broke the law pretty much. He wasn't smoking. There was nothing in there. So I don't know the official ruling, but that's what he told me. And that they're ruling on it, and that they had the evidentiary hearing, and this is what they found, and the cop lied, and he wasn't doing anything. There was no reason for the search, and the cop said all this other stuff that was on the recording or something like that was different from what happened. But that's how it is, man. It's a vicious battle.
Mm-hmm.
But then once they get that, they're not going to give the weed back.
Fuck no.
That's gone.
Fuck no.
And even if it's 400 pounds, if it's 500 a pound, it's still 200 G's, man.
Yeah.
It's still a little kick in the pants.
He's never seen that weed again. It doesn't matter if he gets off.
There's another friend of mine it happened to too, and they took everything.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's really
the same thing.
It's really fucked up that
I don't want to say his name. He's
people
a good
like
dude.
Seth get arrested for having a truckload full of weed, and the only difference between his truckload of weed and the truckload of weed that comes to my warehouse is that I have a piece of paper on top of it. And he doesn't.
Right.
That's the only fucking difference.
Yeah, I have a piece of paper on top
I have
of
a
it.
piece of paper with test results that say, hey, officer, this is federally legal. And he doesn't. And that's
So California state law has been down for how long? Like, how long have they been standing down on it? 10 years?
When did Prop 215 become a thing? That's like
that
when,
was it.
That's when it started here,
2005?
right? Yeah, it was like 2010. It was like a while ago. Let's see. Yeah, because like even before full rec, it was like Prop 215 was the medical, right? Yeah, so that's initially when things started here. It was in the mid 90s. And this was like before full rec legalization. After Prop 215, when it went full recreational, I think was around the same time as Colorado, which was like early 2010s. Yeah. So California rec legalization
Here,
date.
punching Felix Rodriguez. Felix Rodriguez.
Felix.
There
Really?
he is. You saw him. He just popped up. That's him. He's still
This guy right here?
He's still alive.
Damn, he is old as fuck. I was wondering why you kept saying he's still alive, but no, he is old as fuck. Yeah.
He was there then. The movie with Kiki. He was the guy who came in the room when Kiki Moreno was being kept alive.
You were saying this guy was responsible for JFK?
I think he had to be involved for sure. If you look at his history, and he's absolutely alive. Wow. He has answers for sure, dude.
We got to talk to this fucking guy.
I'm serious.
I don't think he'd want to talk to us, but
he was implicated pretty badly in this movie. I tend to have to believe it.
Gonna imagine
with the guy that I saw speak, Hector, and there was a couple other movies made.
Gonna imagine he doesn't like that
movie. But
the
thing is, that I understand it. Like they didn't. This guy saw something, and they all got busted anyway. Because Oliver North, Brendan Sullivan was his lawyer. I remember seeing the hearings. I mean, they for sure were selling lots of cocaine. But this dude, whatever he discovered, they just, they squelched him. There's probably others they squelched like that too.
Yeah.
But he was a DEA agent. And once they captured him and start torturing him, they kept him alive, I think, for like 3 days. They gave him a little cocaine. And I don't know what else, they did to him because they didn't say in the movie, but I read it too. But he was there.
Wow.
To make sure what was the information he told and who did he tell it to. That's really all they were asking him. And they kept asking him.
Government officials do some fucked up shit.
Right. So, no, but I understand he's for his side. Like he's a soldier for his side. I'm not saying he did what he was right, but look at how the whole fucking world, how it is right now. Is we're progressing as human beings on planet Earth. I mean, it's not cohesive as it should be, man. Like in the prison yard, as fucked up as it was, but sometimes it was way less drama than what's going on now. I don't want to go back. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, they have a whole section on his page here about exactly what you're talking about. The allegations regarding Kiki Camarena. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
It says right
here. I
here.
never saw this.
This is a huge section on his Wikipedia page. And it says, for those of you guys who haven't heard about this, in October 2013, 2 former DEA agents and a pilot who flew for the CIA claimed to the Mexican journal Proceso, I'm going to guess that's how you say it, and to the U.S. network Fox News that the CIA was complicit in the murder of DEA agent.
And this happened a long time before. Look, in 1985.
In the mid-'80s.
This is from way back.
Yep. And they also allege that Rodriguez, who's this official up here that we're looking at, had a role in that murder. So
he's
this is
still alive, but he's involved with this guy is also involved with the original Cuban movement when Kennedy was alive.
Yep.
He was in there. He's always been a high level dude. And he's always been a CIA asset. He has for sure. I mean, he was there in that room, and the government knew who he was reporting to. So they just, whatever, they had to act it the way that they did. He wasn't some rogue person. He was directly working it's not going to say that he is because he still is. If he was retired, maybe, but for sure he's still active.
Yeah. And I mean,
he's got answers. I mean, I think he could solve some stuff. I think someone should write a book and just say it. I'm not saying anything bad.
We need him to write a book, dude.
He has information that we should have.
Yep. Well, I mean,
he knows where to look, though, or he knows where to look.
On the last line
right
here,
alive, dude.
This Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, he's still alive.
Yeah, we don't know
man.
for how much longer. Guy's fucking old, dude.
We got to
But-
go there with a camera and do it.
You see what his pilot said? His pilot, Tosh Plumlee, claims to have evidence that the government itself ordered the capture and interrogation of Camarena, which led to his torture and death.
It means he was part of the chain.
Yep.
Right? Exactly, which means there's an apparatus. He's been there since the beginning. He knows who shot Kennedy and may have been involved.
I think what's really
He's
funny,
alive, and he's still pretty healthy. He still holds a job.
this last section right here, which talks about how in 2013, former head of the DEA, Jack Lawn, investigated the murder and said that the CIA had no involvement in his death. How are you going to take the head of the DEA's word on that? Like, of
The
course.
Michael Rupert came right out and said, you should do Michael Rupert, L.A.
Michael, how do I spell Rupert?
Ruppert. He says,
there we go.
There's this one short video, though. I can show you which one.
This guy right
You
here?
hear him say it, though, because he's a high-level dude. But he's basically to the CIA director came to L.A. Remember that meeting or no?
I don't know.
And that was 90s, 85 or 86. It was the same time. You should punch that in. Michael Rupert talking at the summit in L.A. with the CIA director.
Speaking as CIA, explaining the coming collapse. Is this
No,
what
no,
you're-
no. Here, if you go up to videos, click that. Michael Rupert speaking.
Versus CIA director.
No, no. If you just do Mike speaking
I'm not sure if we're gonna find it.
in L.A., speaking publicly in L. No, right? No, I found it right away.
We'll
last night.
find it later. We'll put more links below for you guys later on. I also encourage everyone watching this.
Well, the one clip I have it on my phone. I posted it. It's a big meeting. This is the actual fact that happened. There's a couple congressmen and there's the head of the CIA, Bulsley, I believe. And a couple other people up there. But this is a guy who was a cop for a long time, an investigator. He's done a bunch of movies like How We're in Peak Oil, which we probably are past. And then he just says, basically I'm paraphrasing, but the CIA's been doing this, that, and everything else in the whole room. And he was a known and respected dude at that time. And the whole room erupted, and Wolseley answered the question too, or whatever the fuck that motherfucker's name was. But if you can, with what Gary Webb did with, I can't remember the name of his book. I said it earlier, Gary Webb's book, and that other person, I can't remember their name. I'm freezing up.
There's a lot of characters
Michael
involved
Rupert,
here.
and there's
Yeah.
And Gary Webb, Dark Alliance, the alliance with the cocaine dealers and the CIA. So the CIA's been involved in everything, and everybody's always been afraid of their fucking budget.
Yeah.
All the presidents never fuck with it, even with Doge and Musk and everybody saying what everybody wanted them to do. No one's really ever said anything about the military. And right before 9/11, Rumsfeld gave a speech. This is a fact. I mean, I've posted on this a lot where he says, and I think the number was 1.7 trillion or 2.7 trillion unaccounted for that we don't know where it went.
Yeah.
He said
CIA's
that.
up to no good with
he
that
said
money.
that, and so it's that part. When the first time I took really good LSD and you could see free, and when I was in jail, I still was there, especially in Marion. That helped me to see, and I've always was grateful. But the time had to come. I had to go there. I don't think I'd be alive today if I didn't go there. I had to.
Interesting.
So, as wicked as it was, somehow it all just worked out, man. And
You think that maybe saved you in a way?
Yeah, for sure. And
Interesting.
every single day that I was there, I had these dreams with my dad. And I got in a fight 2 days before he died. He died right in my arms.
It's horrible.
So I never really said goodbye, but the first fucking night I got there, dude, to the last night, I didn't know when I was going to leave. I might have had it done 70 months there, 80 more months if I didn't win it. Total of 80 instead of 24 if I didn't win the appeal. So, And all the stuff that happened there, I won't get into. That we'll save for the book, but I can tell you some pretty wicked stories. But I had to do that, I think.
You know what I'm really curious about is as we kind of talk about your time at Marion coming to a close.
And you had to do it because I had no choice.
In what?
Of having to deal with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some shit like that just kind of gets presented to you, and you have no say in that.
Right.
But I'm curious.
But the wickedness and the safety, because I became one of the sophisticated, predacious motherfuckers.
Yeah.
You had to.
You got to adapt and survive.
You had to be that. You had to
survive,
be that.
overcome. You know what they say.
And even though it was wicked, if you were that, I remember making a bet with the dude when the Packers went to the Super Bowl and won, and I'm like, fuck, why did I make that bet? And I bet on the Packers. I'm like, oh, fuck, because it was a really big dude. And if he didn't pay me, man, it would have been a problem, dude. And I knew people that had been in there for a while. And we worked out. It wasn't a huge bet, but I thought about it later. But he paid, no problem. It was all cool. But I think I gave him 9.5, and the Packers won, I think, by 10.
Fucking Packers, dude.
But we worked out hard.
I grew up a Bears fan.
We worked out hard, and it was weird. You were in that fucking cell doing push-ups, like staying lean.
Got to do what you got to do to stay fit. Talk to me about when you got out of Marion. What did that feel like?
So
it must have been unbelievable.
It was. I was on the street with my brother and my mother, and we were like, you could smell the trees, and you could smell the fuel in the gas, like when you were 6 years old. And like if a car drove by and the leaves, like every part of it, like you could tell. And
sounds like a sensory overload almost.
It was really cool though. It was awesome. And I remember we went to this rooftop and we fucking had steaks, and I had one beer, and it just was like, it took me the second day I had, because I was very regular. But that day it was so exciting. So that morning, like I had a really huge fucking dump, right? Because I'm pretty fucking regular. So that was a big extra one.
Okay.
But and everything was brand new, and you had an immigrant mentality. That was really unbelievable. I didn't realize that until 20 years later. But the immigrant mentality is like you're cleansed like a really good LSD trip when you go through that. And if you make it
nearly just gone through an ego death.
Well, if you make it through, right? And the only time anything ever happened that I was ever struck in the face was when the guards beat me up. I was shackled and handcuffed. It wasn't that bad. It was a beating. There's nothing I could do about it. And so when you're out and you literally see the United States, it's not a negative or a positive, like the polarity. You can't have anything without polarity. So it's all really one. Everything's really literally one. So
Interesting.
So you see the country for what it is, and it's pretty fucking fruitful and good, right? No politics.
Yep.
And then you just see like what, it almost spoils you to not having gone. But if you could learn that without having to go, and then it was just like anything's possible.
You got to have an insane amount of
all the
optimism.
People that don't go back to prison make it pretty good, man. They do.
Yep.
It
seems like
I never wanted to go, and selling the drugs was like unbelievable because I risked everything. I risked so much. And there's many other stories. They're all in the book, but there's, but it all like worked out. Everything worked out pretty good. And so 5 years, I guess, in itself, but the reason I don't think it was that bad, because I saw so many other people get so much more.
Yep.
I remember a guy, Jelinek, on that yard I told you I was at, the one that I did the best time at. He had 35 years, but then somebody got word that he testified, and they were having the paperwork sent to this prison. And there was actually, on that yard, it was probably like 65 or 70% whites, and so it was but it was still pretty contained. And Like the day that the paperwork came in, he checked into the hole, and I knew him for like 4 or 5 months, and we lifted weights. But he did have to, because all your law is in the books.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like LexisNexis. You can just go online and type like a search word.
Yep.
There it's all books, but they still have books. And then when it came in, he checked into the hole. It's like, wow, that's serious strength. And that was a medium. And that's just because everybody had so much time. Like the sophistication of the politics was good. And my workout partners there was the guy that I did at the first prison that started blowing me up. And then that's where I got the strongest. I lifted a lot of weights. Like I did a lot of fucking lifting at that place, man. There was this is in the book too. This is a weird story. It was a whole hatch of tarantulas that hatched. It was early spring, and I remember getting one, man. And I just kept having it like this. It was the baby, and then I have a picture. I should post that one up where it's hanging, right? I show my muscles, and then I fucking took it to sleep with me. I slept with that motherfucker, man, and I had a roommate, Kurt. He was the other LSD dealer, one of them, for many years before that got caught with that guy's LSD. He didn't tell. We met in prison. But then in the morning, they said one of the guys, it was on a weekend, he came in, he's like, listen, we got to bring them back or they'll die. He's like, they're little babies, but they were big. They were like fucking cool little fur muffins, man. He just crawled up on like the thing on the ledge where I had my pillow. And I'm like, fuck it, man. I just got to do this because they're tame, right?
Yeah.
So then we took them back out, and some guys actually took them. Some of them took them and sent them home. They shellacked them and sent them to their kids. There was a lot, but nobody was, well, a couple people were afraid, but I remember getting it and it would just crawl, and you would just, it was a full-size baby. It's still, you could see it, but it was big. I mean, it was probably with the legs, it was like that big, really furry, but they're young. And my necklace is just hanging. Would crawl around and I get it. So I had it for a day, and then we went and we put it back. And there's a shit ton of them, but they have to go back in the same hole. They all have their little space, right? There's a section. So if you keep them too long, they won't be able to find their way back. So it was like, yeah, I guess that was an act of love towards nature. Right? So but even though it's in a prison, like who would think that? If that happened in the free world, that seems pretty cool. You hung out with a spider and then you put it back. Like, why would that even have happened? But it was in prison. You're right. Like,
I couldn't handle that. I have such a deep fear of spiders.
That's unbelievable, right? When I think about it, but it's just an act with nature. Forget what the shape of it is, right? That's a loving thing to do. Yeah, I think that's a reach for love to spend a night with a spider, for sure, as a fucking pet.
You're showing love to that little spider.
My cellie Kurt played with him too. It just like the warmth.
Do you make like little toys for the spider? Like, how would you play with it?
You just like, it would crawl up your arm like this. Like we were locked.
So you just keep giving him somewhere to climb.
We were locked in the cell, but at night they're nocturnal. Or maybe are they nocturnal? They are nocturnal. He probably was crawling around, but they're not going to bite you. The cell was spotless. Like, but that motherfucker was cool. But one guy showed me the spider. He brought it in like 2 days later. Yep. And it was just like he shellacked it. So it almost looked, like could have been alive, but it wasn't. But it was perfect, like perfectly preserved. He's like, I'm sending this to my kid.
Here's my pet spider.
It was really crazy. It's a piece of artwork. They were going to let it go through.
That's a nice piece of art to send home, just a nice preserved tarantula, little baby.
One time on that yard too, I went to get this bank robber 3 pieces of heroin on the same yard. Okay. As a favor. It was cold and there was movement, but the yard was perfect. And how
long was the bank robber in for?
It was Trotter. He shot at him. There was a shootout with an FBI agent.
Oh, so probably a very long time. I think
he had he'd been in 10, he had 15 more, 18. Like he was supposed to get like 50, but he lucked out. He got like 25 or 30. And, but when I was coming back on the movement, when it was really cold, and I think I had them in my mouth because they were in little tiny bags, so I could still cough them up or pull them down. They were tiny. Probably had water. And then all of a sudden the fucking deuces go off, man. And I'm right at the front door and all these fucking cops converge. And there's this thing going on right here. Something was happening bad to somebody from their people, really bad. And they were supposed to grab me right as I was going in. But they saw, like they just knew, because when the body alarm hit, so they let me in and then they closed it off and everybody came and the whole jail locked down. But our unit was like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so then Trotter got him. He wanted to give me one to do one. I said, no, it's cool. It's cool. But then the whole place locked down and like, I was just doing a favor for somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that in my cellie. That is crazy, man. It was unbelievable. But at the very beginning, when I did not get the Pell Grants, I started to pay attention to the history of what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the riots happened with the law, and then in learning about Marion, about what that place was, and to actually go there, you never would have thought in a million fucking years you're going to get sent there. You know, like what the fuck? And then all of a sudden you're there. Like you just have to deal with it.
Yep.
You're going to be fucked.
I mean, it's got to feel like being in hell almost, being in that extreme of a prison.
No, it wasn't.
But
no,
like,
I think, listen, I had my own cell. I think that was some of the best time too. It was very spiritual. You had to be disciplined.
You found peace in yourself.
I shit every single morning at the same time, man. I was healthy, dude. Very healthy. Like huge, beautiful fucking trophy poos, man. Like sometimes you almost have to not wipe. Like my shit, you're young. Like you better be doing like that, right? Piss wasn't that dark, you know. When you fast, though, it's going to get everything out. Like now, even, it's like maybe, you know, I might have the first 12 hours. There might be a little bit of dark pee at the most. And then
then your system is cleansed.
When you pee in a bowl, when you pee it's light lime green, your pH is perfect. Yeah.
Really?
Yes. That's beautiful.
I've never heard this in my life.
That's an absolute 99.9% fact. That's when your pH is right. Now, sometimes
a light lime green pee.
No, in the bowl. It might look yellow coming out, but you look in the bowl and it's, dude, that's healthy pee.
I've never heard this before.
That means you're well hydrated. It's a perfect hue of green. There's no yellow, but it's very green, like you know, a Key West lime green, just like that.
I've never seen green piss in my life. I must be unhealthy.
You're not drinking enough water.
Really?
Or maybe expelling it. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, I pee pretty light yellow most of the time, but like.
You just have to look in the bowl. Yeah. It'll be like a lime green when you're done. Don't flush it. It's not yellow.
Interesting.
And it doesn't really smell that bad. But occasionally, even if you have, like, if I have a piss like that twice a day, it's good. But if I don't, I'm not drinking enough water. And when I'm drinking enough water, it's the perfect lime green, even in the morning.
So you're on a very strict regimen to keep your piss green.
I think it's a byproduct. I mean, I eat an inordinate amount of blueberries every single day with a lot of sunflower and pumpkin seed butter, shit tons. And there's a reaction I get, like in my brain. And it's why I know I'm still have whatever the ADD fucking wrong thing is. But when I eat those two things, which I love on their own, but there's it hijacks my brain. It's almost like I'm smoking crack cocaine, and I just go from spoonful to spoonful, and I love it. I fucking love it. And it's
intoxicating
so good,
for you.
and it's so good for your body. So to end it up somehow, that's what you got to eat, what you love like that. And it just goes in the fucking system, man.
It's interesting.
And it's like medicine, but it tastes really good. And so food for me is almost like drug. I use it drug-like because I struggle sometimes. And I think maybe every 10 or 12, 6 to 10 months, so I'm going to go get like a couple bags of the mangoes dried, or even maybe some, at a rare occasion, and I try not to feel guilty because I can feel it in my brain for about, besides all the normal thoughts that you get just from being a human being. But, when I eat a bag of Twizzlers, it's probably like 4 hours. You just kind of for a little bit, but then it's gone. It's fucking gone just like that. And you notice it. But there's like sometimes there's a craving for the sugar.
And
like
you just quell that with more blueberries?
No, I mean, then it's never when I eat. It just comes in like a day, and then I'm like, all right. And then when you're on heavy keto, every 7 days, you kind of should do one little day of carbs because your body is running so high. Your metabolic flexibility is so strong. When you, like, if I do a day of all cereal, all carbs, like, and then I maybe within 12 hours, I can piss on a thing and I'm in keto. Like, you can switch right back because it's so pure to begin with.
Yeah.
So to do that, so you got to sometimes get the carbs, and then go right back on it. But I think it prolongs life, and you have way less inflammation, and strength.
Interesting.
And you're clear.
Are there any foods that you like always avoid that are very bad for you?
Well, I definitely can't eat yeast or gluten for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. What about like chocolate, for example? Is that something you avoid?
You can, but it's stimulative, right? And I guess for a while I haven't, but the chocolate I will eat is like the 85%.
That dark chocolate?
Super dark, but very rarely. Because I think there might be more lead. I mean, I'm gearing away towards it. I never was like a chocolate whore, but I'm definitely almost no chocolate anymore. The last time I think I bought some snack thing with a little bit of chocolate in it, but I think it's not that, like, I don't know. I think 85% minimum, 85%. I did the statistics, right? Because it's all about the accounting. Is absolutely the most pristine stuff on the face of the earth that you can get, and naturally, so natural that you have to eat a tablespoon of salt every day. And you know that, right? Because the shit that you're getting has no salt. Like, but a lot of varieties of foods, right? And then 15% is anything.
Interesting.
So that's the ratio. And that anything sometimes is good. And on even a rare occasion, I'll do a pizza. But I pay for it really badly, like maybe once every 14 months. Pizza's just because it's got yeast and gluten and cheese. I'm lactose intolerant. But
that's
there's
everything
a taste
you don't
for
want.
It's almost addict behavior. Like maybe subconsciously,
it's
I want
because
to drink.
You can't have it.
I want to drink, and I'm gonna go eat a pizza. I don't know. Maybe.
What kind of pizza do you get?
In there. Usually cheese. I get it well done. I want the cheese burnt with double the sauce.
Yeah. Oh, double sauce.
Yeah, I always get double sauce.
I don't think I've ever met someone who orders double sauce.
I'm not supposed to eat. Yeah, double sauce is always it. If they burn the cheese right and it's a little bit crispy.
Ooh, I like the well done pizza. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Double sauce is interesting though. Where do you get the pizza from? Do you have like a favorite place?
I don't even know. It's just like a drug addict, like before.
Whoever's got it.
No, it could be anything. It's drug addict, like for sure. It's like going to the fucking inner city just to find a house when I'm drunk, telling John Gotti stories. I would go to the crack house, man, and I would tell these stories. And I don't know what they thought. This was like 2002, 2001, maybe 2003 at the latest. And it would be stories in this book, man. Messages to Gotti and the fight. I mean, all this stuff.
What is this Gotti fight?
I don't know what they would thought, right? And then all of a sudden it was like, I had to get it out in some fucked up way. It was almost like, wasn't disrespectful, but there was a couple of times when I came back where they knew who I was.
Yeah.
And I started talking. And the thing is, on Dead Tour, sometimes at the Dead shows in the hotel rooms, there would be 10 or 12 people just in a room, 15 maybe, and they would all be tripping. But I would start pontificating on a crate for like 15 minutes. That happened a couple of times, but it just happened to be this convergence that happened, and I was there, and I took the mantle and I started talking, right? But it was a lot to do with what's going on right now.
Yep. What was this John Gotti fight that you're referring to?
That fight, we were on the yard with Wolf. Mac was there, Big Mac, Mike McElhenney. He was the leader of the Aryan Brotherhood. You could Google his name. He got sent to the ADX.
Ooh.
And then the whole history of Marion with Tommy Silverstein. Wait, what was the question?
What was the John Gotti fight that you're referring to? Like, what happened there?
Wait, how did I get lost on the other subject? Where did I go?
I don't know. I mean, you brought up the John Gotti fight vaguely a couple times. You had mentioned the Gotti fight in passing.
Wait, can I get one more water?
Yeah.
There's one more in there, isn't there?
There is one more glass bottle.
Is. So so the Big Mac, Mike McKenney, you could look him up.
You're on the yard with the boys.
There. Right, and so the yard was very well run, man. And like nothing, I won't get into the bad. I mean, I got beat down, but nothing else ever happened. There was 2 political situations where I almost had a fight to the death, but I didn't. And everything was cool the next day and nothing else happened. But, yeah. So that night, that day, now, for some strange reason, this prison had these really old tennis courts. I don't know why. The rackets were horrible. The tenants were broke. Gary was playing. Gary was shot 3 people execution style in Florida, but then he got it dropped because of the way that they did the witnesses, but he still had to do the Fed time up here. Him and I had a lot of close conversations. So we're all on the tennis court, and there was a break, and Wolf says, "Hey, come here." But it was the next yard over, right? And so he's like, "Watch what's happening." And then and so I stood on the fence, and I saw everybody get handcuffed, and it's printed in paper, right? But it was, I don't know the reason why, but it was a fair fight, and
someone was fighting John Gotti, or like what?
Yeah, and Wolf knew these people. He was from L.A. So, it happened so quickly, but he knew it was going to happen. And there probably was some word, because when there's a conflict, it's going to happen. And, John lost the fight, but it wasn't anything too brutal. And then his picture for the paper that one of the people from the BOP, he's got a little mark here.
I actually found this picture online.
He smiled.
This one?
Him. Yeah.
Yeah. I found this online when I was getting ready for this.
Right.
And that made it smaller. Yep. There he is after this fight that we're talking about.
Nobody left. He didn't go they probably got locked down, but he didn't leave.
Man. John Gotti.
And the fact of the matter is, I don't know what it's over. I think I probably do. But there's no way to know for sure. I was there, and I probably do know why. But it's not something nefarious.
Yeah. Just a fight.
But there's it's not anything really bad. It's a fight. No. Yeah, I almost had 2. And one I didn't even know about. I had filled up this big, fucking A, man.
Was John Gotti
and the other thing, Bruce Pierce, if in that time right then and there, if you Google Bruce Pierce,
Bruce Pierce, like
he was there. Big Mac, Mike McElhenney was there.
Like this? Is this how I spell it?
Yes.
Bruce Pierce. What am I looking for here? Convicted child molester?
No. That's not him.
Mom shoots convicted child molester.
Put Bruce Pierce, armored car heist, murdered Jewish talk show host.
The orders.
Yeah, that's it.
This right here.
Yeah,
man, Bruce
Carroll. He robbed an armored car truck that they estimate that had 2.5 to 3.5 million. They never recovered it. They think it could have up to 6. It's the largest one they've never recovered. Someone's had a couple negative comments. Yeah, they've never recovered that money. But
where do you think all the money went?
Well, it's like the Ghetto was one of my mentors in prison, and like he was a Druze, Druze. But Bruce was just part of the order. Like they never seized it. When John Gotti got busted, they didn't take any of his money.
And what is
there was no money taken when John, where did it all go?
What is the order?
So
you refer to the order. What is this?
I think, well, here's this thing. Listen, I met this guy in Marion and he befriended me, man. I knew he was a wicked dude. I lived with him, man. And like I shared food with him. So we did good. I mean, I'm glad he was there on the tier with me, man, you know? And I guess his beliefs, the thing is, yeah, man. But the thing about the Ukiah riot robbery, the people that I met there, that's pretty impressive. They never recovered any of the money.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
You
Where
know?
could it have been?
Right.
Like, where'd they hide it so well?
That's crazy.
Because, I mean, they obviously didn't blow it all. You know,
Ghetto told me about when he robbed this is crazy, man. I wonder if this is going to get me banned off of flights. He said, no, it has nothing to do with flying, but he's told me about, did I tell you this on the phone? No, that was someone else. The United States Postal Service is the largest courier at the time. This was 95. I was in Marion of all money, more than all other armored car services combined. And then he showed me articles, and his story is unbelievable. I communicated with him when he got out, or when I got out. He was a brilliant dude, man, and he had a lot of good stuff left in him to do. Wait, what were we talking?
We were talking about, well, originally it was the John Gotti fight, and then we brought up Bruce Pierce and the Order, the group that he was a part of, and then we were talking about the heist.
Ghetto. So the thing, and so when I got out of jail, but he showed me articles. He wasn't in there. He was an incredibly unbelievable operative type dude, and there were other. Carlos later was there. There's a whole bunch of motherfuckers there, man. The two spies were still there. There's only you were not. I was not supposed to be there. I could have stabbed the prison guard and got sent there. But with Ghetto, wait, where were we going with Ghetto?
I don't know. You're the one who introduced him. I'm not sure.
But I lost my train of thought.
Was he associated with Bruce Pierce?
No. Oh, the robbery. He had these articles where these fucking postal services, God damn it, man.
How they're the biggest money transporter.
This has something more than just CBD.
It's got a little THC in there too.
Yeah, man. And this is all on camera, but I didn't, yeah.
Did you, I mean, you mentioned how you kept in touch with a few people. Was there anyone that you made friends with while you were locked up that you still are good friends with now that you're free?
Well, no. I've a couple of people I've met on Facebook, my old celly, and what was my story about Ghetto? I had something I wanted to say about him.
Oh, I don't know, man. You got to find that in yourself. I don't know.
When he went out on escape. What time? Oh no! So the article said that there was articles where there was like two separate robberies for they thought $20 million from a postal service from the United States Postal Service.
It's an insane amount of money.
So they finally made a death penalty if you shoot a postal inspector. That's why that was on the Omnibus Crime Control Act in 1995, and this is when I was in Marion. That's why I know it, and fuck, man, what's wrong with me? Holy shit.
5 CBD gummy is hitting, everybody. You should have claimed your free one while you still could have. True, yeah.
Ghetto.
You go watch Crackheads.
Martin Trevino Vargas. He escaped when he finally absconded.
Oh, was he on parole or something? And he just absconded?
Yeah, no. He's taught me so much, man. Like, we lived together for a long period of time, and he was a very significant individual. Like, he told me about that book, The Jackal, which is Ilic Ramirez Sanchez. Now, I read a lot of books, and contrary to popular opinion, I'm definitely way more introverted. But I'm like, that story, if you read it, like what the government did to his family and who the true jackal was. And then David Yallop, the guy who wrote it, after that, it was like he was requisition to only writing nonfiction, because that book will spell it out, like a whole bunch of that type of stuff. So books like that, and like we would just stay up late at night. There's something, so that when I got out of jail after he told me that, I was at the local mall, probably like I got out in 97. So 98 or 99, I was with my brother at Mayfair Mall in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There's this big, huge cart just going through the mall, and it looked like mail. And then the back of the hair on the back of my neck stuck up. And it was just a postal dude. And they were exchanging all the money because they're a service. Like, and my brother had a business. They actually will try to, because people get the money changed, right? And this whole cart was filled with money. So that meant the whole truck was. There had to be a lot of money. Maybe not 1 million, maybe 600,000-800,000, maybe 1 million, 2 million, 4. But it was like, holy shit.
At least hundreds of
just
thousands
going,
of dollars.
no guard, no nothing. It was just, it all looked like mail. But then I took another look. And then I was like, wow. So I just, whatever. Like, so I believe him that he did that. But he had a long history. And before he got to Marion, on another beef, like 15 years before, when I met him, he was like 58. But he probably looked like me. He was ripped or better. Like just like this. So, and at that time I was what? It was 30 years ago. So I was 26 or 25. And, yeah, that motherfucker, man.
I'm kind of curious if you could give a piece of advice.
The other thing is too, like one day I fucked up on the story when I said it with Mark.
Okay.
But the thing, like,
which story?
When the guards came in and disrespected us, right? And I had that thing about compassion. The one thing that happened when they came in, I never said this to anybody, to Mark, to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot it, but the birds were chirping, and we were in the hole together, and they were in the window, and we all were just like cool. We were mesmerized by it. And in the hole, you're only getting wrecked Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I had been with Ghetto in another unit. He got into trouble. Then I got the beating, so I came to the boxcars, then to the hole. And then like the birds were singing in the ledge and the thing, and it's in the midday. I think that day that we had outside rec, and they were just there. And it's like fucking cool, right? But no one even said anything. And these fuckers start coming down the wall like this, to kill the birds. Boom. And they slam the fucking windows on them.
Why would they do that?
Like, and I was like, dude, it shook me. Like if you were tripping and all of a sudden you had a bad trip. Like, dude, it hit me like that, right? And then
why would they hurt the birds?
The whole tier, right? And then they came out onto the tier. This was out of nowhere, man. I'd probably already been there for 12, 13, 14 months, man. And no. That was the beating happened in 3 months. So that was like I'd been there for 5 or 6 months. But still, you got a good run of the place. And then they came into the tier and started talking like just stuff that was like sexual with their wives and stuff to try to get us to go like crazy or something. And they left. And then right when that happened, right after that happened, man, this thing came upon me. Just finally a little more realization, right? Because it's like, what is the truth? We're just all circling around it. But like so intuitively, sometimes there's things that come to you there's one truth in the world and the universe and everything. We all have a personal truth, but in the reality of the situation, like the polarity, like, stalking the wild pendulum by Itzhak Bentov. It'll tell you that whole story, but it's all one. And there really is no bad and good.
Interesting. If you could give one piece of advice to someone on their first day in prison, what would it be?
Don't fuck, fight, or hit the fence.
I like that. You immediately knew your answer.
That's what it was. Fuck, fight, or hit the fence, right? And so, like, the prison, like, that's just my experience, right? It's so funny that I wrote it, but I had to once the riots happened. I felt so compelled. I didn't know I was going to Marion, even while it was happening, until when I said it, I knew. Like I knew. Oh my God, right? It was like a roller coaster that was like beyond the fucking world record times a million, and you can't get off.
Yeah.
That was the feeling. Like if you want to know physically, it was like that, but then
Sounds gut
you
wrenching.
just had to go with it.
Yeah. There's nowhere to go but up, dude.
No.
You're riding it till the end.
Holy shit, dude.
So when did you start writing your book? Was it while you were in prison or after your release? Or like when did you start?
I had it in my head. I had all the stuff I wanted to say and I couldn't say it. And I had this lake house I'd built up after 9 years. I bought this one house at a United States Federal Marshal Drug Seizure auction.
That's ironic.
They said
for you to get your house from that.
They said there's not an arcane law. At that time, if you went to the marshal's office, I just saw this bus by accident as I was going to fucking work. And it was a guy's lawn I mowed, and they had DEA and FBI, and they pulled cocaine out. I knew they were going to take the house. And so when you're in a federal prison, even though I did time in 6 of them, and you learn about the law, you're not going to, you're going to understand, right? Like you just understand like the way that with the mechanics of taking that. And so I went down while on federal probation to that office in 2 days. I talked to this woman, Vicky, and then it's what's called an unsolicited bid.
Okay.
And so if you do that, then they only have to put it in the newspaper for 3 weeks. And if someone else does bid on it, no matter who bids on it, I get the last bid. No one else can bid after that.
Interesting.
So I'm first right there. And a lot of times there's not a bidder because they want you to get it. And so like that's just one of the things that you would learn in there, you know. But you said, what would you tell someone, right? What was your question?
No, we'd already talked about that. I was asking more so about when you started writing your book.
Oh, when I did it, we did talk about that. Okay, writing my book. So I did start to talk about that. That's where I got lost and I stopped. I always wanted to write it, and I had all these letters that I sent them. They had all these letters. And then I made all this money, and I lived in this really big, huge house. So it's a place that probably most people never even see. You could even Google it if you want. I mean, it's unfucking believable. But let's not get lost in the dressings. That's the trinket mentality. Like,
yep.
Let's not even look, right?
Let's stay locked in.
I'll say it to you, but we don't. Yeah. And wait, what was the question again?
I was just asking when you started writing your book. Was it after
so
prison?
Out there, my sister, there was a connection to this woman. They were really high level. They both owned their own companies, like corporate wicked bitches, man. Like in that one, what's that one really big, huge firm that does consulting in Chicago?
Oh,
There's
God, I don't know.
Alan Bradley something.
This is definitely above my pay grade.
And so then like she came to the house and I told her what I wanted to write. And I was never to have my story of my childhood or anything. I wanted to show that people can't get all the shit that happened without me. And so she recorded me. She stayed there for free, right? And she would record and she's like, tell me your story from beginning to end. And then she read every letter with me. Well, I think we read them all. I mean, there were probably 300. There's not a lot. Maybe over 100 for sure, but probably 300. I don't know why they fucking saved them. But the way the guy reacted at the poker table, I just asked him I didn't think he was in Marion, but I couldn't sit there and not say anything. Even he would have probably pounded me, right? But I didn't. Yep. I had to come at it with love, but I really wanted to know if he was there.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think he was, and I thought he might react that way, but he did. He fucking backed up, dude, and like nobody could ever do better by saying something, and I just asked. But back to the story at hand. Yeah. So then she wrote an outline. And it was each chapter would be like, remember you told me this story. Look at this letter. tell about that story. Because then she recorded me saying, did I say this already?
I don't
She
think so, no.
recorded me. She said, tell me your earliest memory and tell me the whole life story till right now. So there's a chapter in there on real estate too, exactly how I did it. It's a master class for free. It is. It's exactly how I did it. And I met people who have 10, 15, 20 million, at least 6 or 7 people I know personally that on their own did it. 2 of them had gone to prison too. So you have the mentality of the immigrant mentality, right?
Yeah. You got that hustle in you.
Yeah. And so I lost everything in 2008. And so I had that outline, but each chapter, we could look it up right now on Google, would say, so chapter 1, she would have 1 page written at the most, the most of what I said. One, like maybe 300 words, and some of them were 200 words, but it was everything we talked about. And then over the phone and back and forth. And I held that fucker till like I had nothing.
Yeah.
Right. And then it came out of me. And then on the inside flap, man, I fucking late at night, I was writing her and she said like, she said it right here. She said it right there, man. And that saved my life. It was really late, man. And she never charged me a fucking penny. And she's always been on my side. She's a brilliant writer. My sister knew her when I was in prison. And Hillary Martin, she would go on these trips to Africa and write my sister letters. They were like lovers, not lovers sexually, but they loved each other. They were fucking
spiritual
close.
lovers.
And my sister thought it would be good if she helps. And I think through the letters, people knew. And then I would go to the family functions. For sure, I was going to write the book because the historical significance of the riots. And I spoke about it. I spoke about it since the day I got out of jail. Like crack versus white, black versus white. Angela Davis, man, I gave her a copy of that because they came back then because I got out in 97. I gave a couple speeches like during college when I got out and I wanted to get into it. But then I got scared. And then it was all the way to 2000, maybe 12. Right. And it just came out. It just came out. So what it came out is when I wrote it, I probably a dozen times I tried to sit down and do it in the same way that I'm about to tell you how I did it. And I don't know. And then typing or writing, I couldn't. And I had to take like this spiritual shit and I had to get it out of me. I was staying at my friend's house, at this big, huge house in Decatur. And then, anyway, I had the 10 pads of paper and 10 pens. And then I looked at the first chapter and then I just started going. And I think it was 13, 14, 15, 16 days. I should know this though. It was at least, there were 17 chapters. A lot got taken out. I have a whole nother fucking book. All the Marion stuff there's a lot of Marion, but there's a lot. And so, but when I started to write that, there was a zone. It was beyond anything LSD or the Marion situation. And it just came. And so I started writing. These were thick, huge pads, man, with big pens and just tight letters. I still have it. And then maybe by the 3rd page that I read, which was the 3rd chapter, I didn't have to look at anything, right? I had it, though. I needed it because I looked at it a million times. And it just fucking went, man. And my friend would have a restaurant. I'd show up, come home. Sometimes I was beat up. But when I got to the end and I sent her that email, I was in the middle. It was this state, like it was just coming, right?
You were in your flow state.
All this stuff, dude. But it was fucking wicked, man. I was like, wanted to fucking jump off a fucking bridge. I'm like, what the fuck am I telling the story for? You know, but dude, it was significant, man. Those riots were unbelievable, man. That was like the government, what they did. We're so hypocritical, man, of everybody in the world, and we are the fucking worst at it all.
Yep. I mean, you've been through a lot of shit, dude.
No, but when I was little, my dad showed me his paycheck, and he said to me, listen, this is man to man, man. This isn't like... And he showed me like how what taxes were. And I couldn't understand, even though I was eating this food that I would read the ingredients, like I didn't get taxes till probably 4 more years.
Yeah.
Like that they take his fucking income. And Clarence Thomas said we made a wrong turn in 1913, which was the IRS, and what 1931 was the Fed, the bank. You know?
Yeah, I mean, as someone who ends up...
Because we're all slaves. If you don't have $100 million, you're a slave. Like you are. And it doesn't...
I'd argue
nobody owes us anything.
I'd argue you're a bigger slave if you have $100 million, because they can just tax you more.
But you don't ever have to worry. Like, it's a lot to have. It's good to have.
Sure, yeah, you don't have to worry in the sense of you'll be financially rich forever. But who does the government own more? The poor guy who makes no money and pays no taxes, or the guy who pays $20 million a year in taxes? The guy who pays $20 million a year in taxes, I'd argue the government owns that motherfucker. You know?
Well, if you're living off the interest income, I mean, that you could easily be still building a huge
I'm
thing.
not saying you're not doing amazing. I'm not saying you're not doing amazing.
No,
the guy with
but
$100 million
getting,
is coasting,
but
you know?
I'm not saying they should tax more or less, but like if they just evened it out a little, because there's so much in the pie. Like it was like the Civil War, they had that, and then they took it away. Yeah, and it's not anything else. But when you're a little kid, or if you take LSD, man, if you're on a real LSD trip, and you try to think about what does it mean to have taxes,
you're gonna start tripping on that real quick.
It's pretty unbelievable, right? It's just absolute hypocrisy. Like to see what it really means.
Yep.
But nobody says anything about it, and that's probably one of the biggest hindrances. And then all the war. We are just the biggest war makers that there's ever been.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I mean...
Maduro's money, that's where I got lost. He's keeping the money. That's why we're going after him. And who's the guy before him? Hugo Chavez. He was keeping the oil. I believe he was given cancer. For sure. And they didn't know Maduro was this close election. Like, he won it, though. And so they're not giving back the cash. Which is a huge sum of money, but that's really what propels them. If people are like bringing truckloads, like 50, 100 million at a time to the bank, like you have a position, they'll let it through.
As long as you pay your cut, they're letting it through.
It's propping up the system. It's being taken, and a lot of banks have been fined for it. You could even look it up. I'm sure the last one was within 2 years. They probably got fined $350 million, but what does that mean? They probably made $350
They have a whole registry of banks that they fine. I've seen it.
And it finances everything. Like they probably think, and you can't say they blame them, but on a masterful full scale, and all that money is going back into the system. But that's what it's about. The more money the stock market makes, the more the earth is getting raped and pillaged, and we're all part of it. We're all part of that shit, man.
So you think we should get rid of the stock market too?
No. No, I think I think there's enough right now, but to get rid of it. But the thing is, the politicians, it's never going to change, the left or right. If you look at what's happening, like they're the same. They're just the different degrees of stuff. Like we could go to specifics, but the reality is that some things will never end. But the Ray Dalio has been blowing the horn on the whole. Like our interest payment on the debt, 29 trillion, 31 trillion, I think it's past 987 billion. And that's bigger than our whole Department of Defense budget.
Yeah.
That's growing exponentially. Yeah. And that we pay. Like Trump said he was going to lower it. They all say it. Like Trump's not any single one out, but he didn't. He went the other way.
Yep.
And there's so much.
What do you know? A politician lied, dude. How surprising.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that, it doesn't matter which direction you vote, it seems like, Democrat or Republican.
The thing is, when my prison's existence was probably pure luck, and I think my dad was there. The stuff that happened, it doesn't make sense. If someone told me that story, I wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Seriously, that the heroin was hanging from the pocket, like this. The stuff, the whole situation, it was a circus, right?
Yeah.
But I went through it, and but in the, I think it was worth the price of admission just to have gone to Marion.
Yep. You learned a lot from it, I can tell, I mean, I think that's very clear. And people.
Oh, yeah. So the cops, when the guards did that, the feeling that I got after they killed the birds and they said that about their wives, that's where I got faded. The feeling that I got was this overwhelming, clear sense of intuitive, so strong, like a 10 strip of LSD of absolute empathy and compassion for these motherfuckers, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know. And then I said, like, I said prayers to after that to leave Marion with not having any resentments against anyone.
Yep.
And it was Jim Burns and Robert Beisner, or Robert Burns or Jim Beisner. That was the two guards that beat me up. They accidentally hit the body alarms when they did it. I said something I shouldn't have said. It was very bad. It has to do with the history of Marion, which I learned before I even got there. If you just promise me you'll read the first 3 pages
of your book,
yeah,
I was planning to read your book after we're done.
But if you read the first 3 pages, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. I lost it again, man. Where was I?
You were talking about the guards at Marion were doing shit in the first 3 pages of your book, kind of bring that up pretty early, it sounds like. Your dad being there as well while you were locked up? Sounds like the first 3 pages of your book give some insight to that.
No.
Maybe where you're headed? No?
No. It does talk all about Marion, though.
Okay.
Fuck, man. That shit's strong, dude. That's crazy. I'm glad I'm getting a ride home because they start the stream and I can see it all. So I think that has not what I thought it had.
Yeah, it's 1-to-1. It's even THC and CBD in those.
Interview.
Well, I mean, that whole bag is yours if you want it, if you enjoyed them.
No, yeah. I'm gonna just take a tiny piece of it when my back feels tight. Not any. I think it took a little bit too much. I didn't know. It has a little bit of THC in it, I think.
They do have a little bit of THC. Yeah, that's right.
That's okay, but here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
When my back goes out, I call my sponsor. I never do anything wrong, but I've had to get THC for the pain. Mm-hmm. The thing is, it's not abused. Like, I'm not an addict. I don't need it. It's 110% medicinal. My shit's fucking... I still wake up and shit at the same time, man, and it's good, healthy fucking bowel movement. I'm in my, I was born in the 60s, but I'm definitely not doing any.
I mean, do you think that, like, abusing THC is the same as doing other drugs? Like, if you're just smoking weed to get high?
No, the thing is, when I drank alcohol without fail, I smoked crack cocaine. And so I didn't, and I was a binging drinker, but the disease was the same. When I started to drink, I couldn't stop drinking. And weed was always there in the midst of it. It was never just weed. But one time I got to 10 years and then I went back out. Things happen in my life with parents, on permanent vacation, but and then I was never broke. I could always hustle and make money. But I mean, after 9 years, I had $1 million. I wanted to get to 3. I bought that lake house. I bought 2 other houses. And then, the default credit swaps, man. Like, I still take responsibility. But I laid $1 million on the line, man. And so coming back from that, and then the alcohol and the coke. So I got 10 years sober out of there. And then I went back out for 30 months. And then I just smoked weed. And I was still led right back to the cocaine. And then I stopped, and then that was it.
Coke's a bitch, dude.
Right.
Cocaine's
and so but the other thing is the THC part, I don't like what it does to my head. Like it's way different when it's just pure CBD.
Interesting. You've never liked what THC does to you?
Well,
just always.
I think it was a coping thing, man, because it's fucking powerful. And like in many times in jail, I would take a hit. I'd get a little scared that like they're gonna piss me, but then I'd get so stoned it was almost like psychedelic, and I'd sell it. I'd still make a ton of money, but and then I like when I smoked it with with Sparky, dude, it was so bad. I had to make sure no one saw me cry, man. I mean, I was
Really?
fucking horrified. It hit me, man. And I was so stoned. I hadn't, like, I was young. We were still working out. And when I was in the other prison, I didn't even think I would see weed. I just never thought of it, you know? And,
so it blindsided you.
Just horribly unbelievable. So, like, but with the pain that I get, if I get it, I have to take something. And to me, why would, like, the other stuff, the Flexeril or the Oxycontin, and the thing is, I just maintain it and I manage it. But sometimes the bottom of my back gets tight.
Yep.
Really bad. And like, it can be crippling, but there's nothing bone, and it's not with the nerves.
And the CBD helps you with that.
It shuts it off. There's nothing
entirely.
Yes.
Wow.
I can go to the gym. I can do everything.
That's crazy.
In fact, my muscles are a little better, but it's not like I'm taking it every day. Like, but that was what it would be for. But if this muscle starts to spasm, the pain is so unbelievable. It wouldn't. I mean, I could almost justify going to buy heroin if there was nothing. Like, if I'm fucking on the ground and your shit's fucking spasming out.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than being completely incapacitated.
Yeah. It doesn't happen often, but it helps. And the thing is with the CBD, it just relaxes you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't get high or anything. It's just solely that relief that you're looking for.
Nothing. And so at the end of 14 or 15 days, I had 17 chapters, and all of it was gone. All the pens and pads were perfectly full. And then by the time I got to the 12th or 11th chapter, I'm like, holy fuck. And that was probably after like 7 days. I'm like, I haven't looked at the fucking outline. And then, but then I didn't matter. And I looked at the outline and it was all there.
You got it done either way.
There a lot of stuff happened with the races where there was wicked cohesion, where it was like the race against the man. Like there's a word I'm trying to think for it. Honor among races. There was an honor that I saw wickedly to the death, like, but close, allowed. Like, that was very profound. And not that like, 3 of my favorite people are Fred Hampton, Christopher Hitchens, and the first dude we said, Noam Chomsky.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those dudes, man, they really knew what the fuck was going on. They still do. And like, I think that way. I do. Like, I can, most of my brain, I can't think in English. It's more like different.
You think on a different wavelength.
I do. My brain, I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's probably somewhere in the spectrum of something, but there's a really strong energy that if I'm totally sober and I'm eating really good, I can harness, like, really strong, you know?
And I mean,
but it's not fierce and angry. It's just there.
It's just this strong, peaceful energy that you have.
Yeah. And when I was born, they called me Jolly because I was born with a smile on my face.
So you were born this way.
Yeah. And the thing is, if I didn't go to jail, this is the reason why I needed to go to Marion, because after Jerry died, I didn't have something to do. And then when I was in those other jails, there was always fucking shit that could get me more prison time. If there was any drugs, the stuff I sold on the side would only get me thrown in the hole. But every jail, 4 of them, I was involved with drugs.
Sounds like you
and
couldn't.
3 of them I sold at. The other ones I just used, but still.
The drugs were following you.
If you get it dirty, it's bad. You go to the hole at least for 90 days and a mandatory transfer. Like, you're in the hole probably for the next 8 months.
Yeah.
It's bad, right? So the fucking, that's crazy.
I mean, 8 months in the hole just for one drug infraction is fucked up. It's a lot of time. And being in the hole.
And I sent LSD back into Marion when I got out.
How did you do that?
A lot of it. And I did it. And I don't care. I've said it before. No, run it. 100%. Yeah. So
how did you do that? Fill me in.
I set it up before I left. The rule is, the thing is, federal law is fascinating. I think in another life, I helped file 2 appeals. One went all the way to the Supreme Court. It was held in abeyance. But wait, what was the question?
We were talking about how you were sending LSD back into Marion.
So I thought this appeal was unbelievable. It's very succinctly told, but if you read the first 3 pages, it does say everything, but it's really short and good. Wait, repeat the question.
we were just talking about how you were sending LSD back into Marion.
So when you win the appeal, it's still without getting into the intricacies. This is the execution of it. You have to. They agree with you, but the sentencing court has to too. So if the prosecutor fights it, it could go back. So it doesn't mean you're going to go anywhere. That letter's going to probably come. We filed this appeal. We're waiting for the answer, but they're never going to tell you when the letter's going to come. And then when the letter comes, it's still an open date. It's when they can get me back there. And when I got back to Marion, when I won the appeal and was going to walk out, they put a motion in to send me back. They showed it to me and they laughed at it. They showed, and so did the prosecutor.
Why would they file that motion? Just out of spite, or like, is that normal, or?
No, because they said how dangerous I was. I said some really fucked up shit to them. That's why they beat me down. But they can't do it. It's illegal.
Yeah.
So wait, so I'm at Marion. What was the story going to be for?
You were talking about how you had filed your appeal and you were about to get out.
The LSD. So
and then bigger picture. Yes, we were talking about you.
You get intimate with people and you know them. And my friend, who I know very well, I just said, this is what it'll be. But I said, once it bees, you probably won't ever hear from me again. And so it was. It did. It happened.
What do you mean though? Like, how did you like?
Okay. So the law libraries and all that. So they arrested me. It's extremely rare and odd. It's very high level shit. Like as much that I only had $7,000. They convened a grand jury. The grand jury vote too. I read the transcripts. Like a lot of them questioned the fucking indictment to begin with, but they went and they got that, and spent all that money to try to get me because they thought that I was that big. And I wasn't. It was always just like unbelievable. So wait, where were we going?
Talk about you sending acid back into Marion.
Right. So, acid back into Marion. So I told him, we set it up. And then when I got home, at some point I followed through, but it was a way that was totally untraceable. But the prosecutor did do this too. When she let me out, she said, you're in the 6th district. I was in the Eastern District of Kentucky, and there were 7 districts, right? And at that time, when you got out, you could not drink. And I remember in the cell, and she said, I would just get a bottle and go drink. And then she showed me, she came in after the whole process was over and said, I'm going to allow you to drink. And she says, in the 7th Circuit, they don't. But she's like, this is the order from the sentencing judge. They can't change it unless you sign a piece of paper. And she's like, don't sign. She told me that, right? And then, because I wasn't an alcoholic. I mean, I drank. I realized I became one, right? I was definitely, but at the time that helped me. And then when I got there, they tried to get me to sign that piece of paper, but I didn't. And yeah, the probation was pretty hard too. But I was just rolling, man, really strong. But we were going somewhere else. And so the LSD. And so I had to do that as one last act of defiance. And he got it. I know he got it.
Were you like mailing it in, or how was it getting there?
It probably got flown in on a plane. Yeah. I mean, it could have came in any way, but he got it.
Interesting.
I don't want to, but
that was your final hoorah. That was your send off. Get some acid.
I don't know.
The
thing is, there was acid in a prison, and they saved me a hit because they knew, and they saved it for like 3 days. They were all going to take it, and I said no. And I'm glad I did.
Well, prison doesn't sound like a fun place to trip.
No, I'm like,
Sounds horrible.
Yeah, and I'm glad I said no. And one time, this guy had this really killer cocaine, and he gave me a line, and I shouldn't have done it because it was so good. But you come down, and you're in jail.
God, that's gotta feel like shit.
Fuck, dude. Pot was just like to cope. And the thing is, it came in and it left really quick. And I didn't do heroin.
Mm-hmm.
So I just got money and books and shit just to have stuff, like just to fuck around and be like, make money.
Something, you know,
something to
going.
do.
Because fuck heroin. You know.
And then the guys in the first prison I was at, they were engineers.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that when UC Ramseth came to park that bomb and it came out many years later. They never said this publicly. And he blew up the 8 floors.
Mm-hmm.
And they told me this there. He said all they had to do, he had to go 15 feet over to the corner. He said for sure he would have toppled one, and it might have toppled both. And then they've said that because they didn't park the truck on the corner piers, right? And so I don't know what that was, something to do with the intensity of the inmate. I don't know. Where were we going with that?
I don't know. You just brought up the truck bomb, which very interesting.
Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy how fate works. You know, you could have pulled the truck 10 feet up.
And I think that
those
planes really did kill the towers.
You think?
Yeah, and and the thing is, people say there was a missile that was for the Pentagon. There's no way, because a missile doesn't hit that way. It hits from the top.
Mm-hmm.
And it would have blown up way more.
Yeah.
Way, way more than that little fucking hole.
Would have blown the whole building up, probably.
Not the whole building. I mean, that's, I think, still the largest building in the whole world.
I don't know how big the Pentagon
Gatto
is.
told me, too, about these websites where everything that the CIA does is online, and it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, you would go on their computer and you'd order the books, but everything they study, like every continent, every year, like who the government is, what their national product is, like every statistic the air temperature, the output of this, the output of that, the politics situation.
Yep.
Like
it's all internet.
Public.
Yep. It's crazy how like that depth of information is just accessible. Like we can just get that.
But we're also being controlled by the phones.
Yep.
Do you still know your home phone number that you had when you were a little kid?
No, God, no, I don't remember it anymore. I barely remember my phone number.
Yeah, it's weird when you're little, though. You had to remember all that shit.
Yep.
We're getting desensitized.
Yeah, I mean the phones are cooking our brains, and now they got all the shorts and the reels, so you can just scroll real fast all day on your phone. It's kind of addicting, you know.
I had a flip phone for 14 years, and I got that iPhone 5 to start doing like just with the little foods, whatever the little stuff that I'm doing, right? I'm not really political, but like weightlifting and stuff. And, but I have no apps on there except the Instagram and the TikTok just to post, and then the YouTube, but I also have my home computer. But it's fucking poison, man. I have never owned a TV except if I've like built out the theater rooms. Someone gave me one when I got out, and I sold it at like probably within 4 or 5 months, but TV was never my thing.
It's a healthy way to live, though.
It's crazy.
It's good to stay away from those screens.
I think the TV when we were young, though, the stuff they had, they actually did studies on it, taught you shit. Like they taught you what a bill was.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever see that? What's a bill? And they show you like through all the
I remember
the cartoons where it goes from the House to the Senate and they vote and a bill becomes.
I remember watching that in school like all the time. Yeah, I vividly remember that one.
Like we had that in the 70s.
Yeah.
When were you born?
99.
Wow. So they still had it because it fucking, that's the shit they should teach you when you're
mid
young.
2000s when I was in school, I vividly remember seeing that video where the Bill's walking up the steps and stuff. Yeah, I remember that. If I remember correctly, I think like Uncle Sam was there too.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that. I mean, I doubt they still use that video. I hope. It's a good video.
Well, 99. You were born in 99?
I was born in 99.
So that means that you saw in the 2000s.
Yep. Like late 2000s is when I was seeing that video. They probably just show the kids now a fucking TikTok, you know? Just a quick little reel and then they swipe to the next one.
In TikTok. Fuck, dude.
Do you think like society will ever go back to like the way it was when there was no phones? Like, are kids going to be playing outside again? So all these kids are glued to their phones now, dude. They don't.
I don't know.
Go to the
This
playground.
is the problem I've had with like posting on. I try to post positive stuff that is not going to have a bad ripple to humanity. I struggle sometimes with anger, and I got to take shit back. I definitely still have gardens in the weed.
Mm-hmm.
Weeds in the garden. And, but, yeah.
It's tough sometimes to control that, you know? Keep that in check. It can be hard. For everyone out there who's watching at home who wants to get their hands on your book, where can they go to do that?
You could go to Amazon, lettersfrommarion.com.
Yeah.
Or lettersfrommarion.com, joelblaeser.com. And then I have links. I have the CIA, Michael Rupert, CIA Cocaine Importing Agency, little bio.
Yeah, I was checking out your website before we filmed today, and it's got
and then the
all
links,
your links.
I'm going to put your video on there too.
Perfect. And for those of you guys who are curious where the link's at, all you have to do is scroll down to the pinned comment.
Can you put my link in the...
Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
And wait, can you ask me a couple more questions?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I'm just telling people where to get your book, you know? I mean, I have, because so this is one of the first times I've ever seen someone do this, but you actually emailed me a list of questions you wanted asked before this. And most of them I baked into the show, but some of them.
Epstein one.
Yep. So
this happened.
This
happened.
Let me.
I have proof, but I'm just saying, like I was thinking only for money. But listen, nobody knew what he did. We knew he was guilty, but like, what was I doing? I could have maybe saved him. Maybe saved him.
Why do you?
But I wanted money. He was gonna have to pay me $500,000. I talked to him and the lawyer, and I figured out who it was, and then and so.
How could you have saved Jeff Epstein? Like what happened? How did you even get connected with him? You emailed the literal first question in your email is you wanted me to ask you, do you think you got Jeffrey Epstein killed?
Yes.
Which is a crazy question. Why do you?
Okay, listen. I have to look at this as like if I'm looking at myself and not saying it, because you have to, like, if I were 6 feet tall, if I were 7 feet tall and I said I think I'm tall, it's not going to be egotistical. So just take it at the value of what it's worth.
Of course.
I don't know, but it's a weird coincidence.
Mm-hmm. A lot of things lined up.
So, yes. A lot of things were different. And there's a lot. You can sell anything in this world, man. Mm-hmm. There's knowledge is worth a lot. And I lived in a Supermax prison and I fucking survived, and I know the system. Mm-hmm. And so I basically told the secretary that in just a very businesslike manner a couple times. It was not just right, just like imagine a fucking whatever. And then I left a message with the lawyer, and then I sent them a book. Right. And I said, here's my thing. And I didn't say any numbers, but I knew the system enough. And I said enough things about how we can get in there in the visiting form, everything. And then because he needed somebody to help him survive, and I thought maybe, but it wasn't going to be for anything less than $500,000. There's no way. But I would go there every day to see him. Yep. And I could with the lawyer system. There's a way to do it. And he had the money, right? And the backing. And so, and then, I don't know, maybe 17, 18, 19 days later, he was dead. You know? So I don't know. But that is weird, man. Like, man, other people were probably trying to help him too. It's not just me. But they had to be monitoring that shit. I don't know if very many people... They never contacted me back either.
I don't know if very many people wanted to help Jeffrey Epstein.
I wanted to have him survive.
Well, you wanted $500,000.
Right.
Was it more...
But I could have told him, here's the thing. When you're in that place, listen, when you're in a cell like he is, there's no cellie. Any story you look at, right, like says he has a cellie. He has no cellie. And he's very safe as it is, but if he has lawyer visits, even in the highest of Marion's lockdown situation, in the whole under investigation, they can't limit the lawyer, right? It's one of the things. And so I would have been able to see him every day, but there were certain things he could have done and employed and made it so that it would be okay, and he probably could have got out of there. But so I don't, he could have killed himself. I'm saying if he was killed, right? Is it possible he killed himself? I mean, it looks like he probably didn't, but the thing is, like, I don't know how they could hide that from the general public as well as they have, but on the tier he was on, it's single cell only. You don't go into Supermax lockdown like that with a cellie. Yep. So maybe he had a cellie at one point, but on that range, that was the suicide range. You cannot be with anyone. So like that's out. But they act like he had a cellie when they found him.
Well, that's
not what happened. So I don't know. Like, I think I could help somebody survive, but I don't think I would hope. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Like, I don't know. I got fucking lucky. I didn't have any type of crime in me. Mm-hmm. I remember one time I saved this deadhead. There was like 6 kids, man, on him, and one guy got a shot in on my face, and it dazed me a little. And I came up, and someone came out, and they all ran. But we were inside this restaurant, and they were on this kid, and it was somewhere up in the mountains, like the top of that lake in Nevada. What's that?
Oh gosh, I don't know the Nevada geography very well.
The ski town, and so like that was a situation.
I don't know.
No, the other one, it's right up on the lake. Or maybe it's Nevada way up there. It's the Nevada one on the top.
I don't know.
Yeah, Tahoe.
Tahoe
was around there. And so like there was never you never had to carry a gun. Mm-hmm. Ever. And then these guys taught me how to make hash oil up in the mountains in Netherlands. And they knew the same people we got the LSD from. And this other guy, I went to his house one time to watch his house. He was going to get some more stuff, and the dad was doing a thing in the park, and he had all these big chunks of fucking crystal on the tables. But it's way up in the mountains in Netherlands, and this is back in like 91, 92, and it was all pure crystal LSD. But I didn't touch it. But he said he wanted to make sure I was honest. And it was all there. And so like these were these motherfuckers. But so that group of people, where was I going with this? The LSD people. Fuck, man, I got lost.
You're talking about how you saved some guy that was getting jumped by some group of deadheads, and he was at this restaurant.
So all the deals were just like love and cool and smooth, and it wasn't just was something to do with Michael in Netherlands, though. I can't remember what the story was. It had to go back to here too.
To where?
Being a porn star.
I put all the questions that I didn't bake into the interview in this section here. Because I every single question you sent me is here. I got them all.
You do dream of being a porn star.
Yeah, so I'm really curious about that one. You wanted me to ask you, while you're in prison, did you dream of being a porn star? Is that what convicts dream of? Is that something you dreamed of?
Yeah, so what would happen is I finally figured it out in Marion. And I want to talk about the masturbation technique, too. I forgot. I'm glad.
Let's hear it. What is the prison masturbation technique?
Marion, I finally realized, because you would get the magazines even in Marion, and you get them every month, 2 crates full in our unit. And one time I ran down, and there's this fragrance. It's by Guerlain. Is the brand, man. Mm-hmm. And it had the fucking thing that you can smell. And so it's like girl.
Yep.
Dude, really intense orgasms.
That's great. That's a new sense. That's a crazy experience.
Yeah, it's like unbelievable, man. And there were people doing it the whole time, and I didn't know. I always had National Geographic. My mom loved sending me those, but those were really good armor. A couple of times these people asked to use them for armor.
Those are thick
They
books.
had to go out there. Yeah. So, wait, where were we at?
We were talking about whether you dreamed of being a porn star while in prison, and then your prison masturbation technique that you wanted to share.
The thing is, because I always thought that if you had a girl with a girl, not and you guys just do it like that, right? And then make money on it and just have fun. There's actually a teacher, and I think it's lacrosse. They got fired. They were tenured professors, and they got fired because they saw that they did porn like 10 years before for 6 years, right? And they made a lot of money at it, but they're professors and no one knew. And they're suing because they're saying it's a form of free speech.
I agree with them. I agree with them. Yeah, I don't think you should
is.
get fired for making porn. If you're trying to sell it to your coworkers, that's a different thing. Or
you always wanted to be like a workout coach. I tried to get jobs. I applied for 30 jobs and no one would hire me. It's fit as shit, but like I just got out of the fucking federal pen.
Yeah, out of a Supermax facility.
And they didn't know that, but they would have known, but I never could get hired. And then finally I got a job, but I still do, man. I still think like you could have like a really cool cooking show with the woman you love. I have a bunch of episodes and a pilot written, and then you just kind of have like, it's not porn, but you might have some sex scenes in there, right? But it's just it's different though, man. And the way that the banter is, and you're talking when you're doing the cooking, but people love cooking, and so if you give them something functional, I think OnlyFans, in 2023 they paid out to the American market over $8 billion to the producers. Right now it's got to be 10, 12. So even a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent is still
millions.
Some of the
dollars.
highest grossing people on there don't do porn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's unbelievable, man. And
what,
so even
what,
if
wait,
it
what do they
doesn't
do
make
if it's
money,
not? What do they do?
This is what. Like there's a girl that sits around. I just know because I looked at the statistics. I saw an article and then I just
it doesn't matter how you know, man.
I researched on the statistics, and she was one of the. I think she got like 34 million that year, and so she just tells jokes. Now there's lots of ones that are scantily clad. I'm sure some are porn.
She just tells jokes on OnlyFans, and she made $30 million.
And she's married, and she's funny. And so she has a skimpy suit.
Okay, all right. So there's kind of a sexual element to it still.
There's a sexual element to it too. And so the porn star, the thing is, here's the thing, like it'd have to be with someone. There's no perfection. That's just a man-made good, bad, big, and ugly. That's the thing with the polarity. Mm-hmm. You can't have good without bad. It's all one.
Yeah.
There is no difference, man. It doesn't mean you shouldn't lock up, but it's all one, man. And there's no amount of distance that it transcends the speed of light. Mm-hmm. The feeling, you know that, right?
Yeah.
And then the Earth has a thing around it. It's 40 miles above the Earth, and that's like the electrical energy that your body gives off. Like if you take an egg and you put right now to the top and the bottom, you have a positive and a negative. In the middle, there'll be nothing. 2 milliliters, 2 millivolts. And that's what guides it. It's like a hologram.
Interesting.
To make it grow. So it's all together. It's all one. There's no good and bad really in the reality of it. So with the girl, then there's no perfection. So that's where I sidetracked. With the girl, it's not going to be a perfect girl, but it'd have to be a woman that is really fucking healthy, that a look that I like, and I'm the look that she likes, with things that I want. And so if that were the case and she was down with doing that, I would do it. And the thing is, if people that watch it, they're not going to say they know. They're fucking paying, and the people that aren't watching it aren't really going to know. But
fuck them, they're not paying.
I always wanted to do that. There's a guy, Felix Alexander, I met in the first prison. He went all the way to the Supreme Court. And he won finally and got out after 6 years, but they took everything he owned. There was 3 videos that they said were child porn, but they weren't even that. And he just got totally railroaded. But I remember talking to him. It said there's all kinds of stuff on him, Felix Alexander. But I made up a porn film in there called Sit and Spin on the Ferris Wheel, because his name was Felix Alexander. And I told him that. He was an old guy too, man. And back then he was 75, but he was like the porn king. But he didn't do any child stuff. I could tell, and the way the case read, it was all in the library, But so I guess I was sort of exposed to it. But who wouldn't want to?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't, but it's not. This isn't
writing
porn.
the porn seems like a lot of work.
This isn't porn. It's cooking with lovemaking and how to talk and what is healthy.
It's a romantic cooking show.
Mm-hmm.
Do they f the food when they're done?
Ooh.
I mean, the thing is, so that's the thing. I could hire someone, right? But it couldn't work.
Uh-huh.
And whoever the girl is, I would say, let's do this for 3 to 5 years. We'll start this company and it's 50% each. And then, because I looked at the market, man. The thing is, maybe it is only cooking and we just scantily stressed and it's totally B, right? But I want to I love cooking. I eat probably 90% of my meals are home cooked minimum, maybe 95.
I love the fusion of your passions here. I love the passion for food and the passion for porn and love coming together.
Yeah.
And creating this. I love this.
How was it when we were living like with nothing here?
Yeah, I mean,
and you hunted and there was a tribe, like you came back and
they couldn't do that shit.
So I climbed the Katahdin. There's a mountain in Maine, and it's a steep, steep grade. It's an alpine grade. Each country has their different grades of how they grade mountains. Every country does. We have 8, and that's graded a 7. But at any 5,000 point place, you can go up to like the Himalayas, but it's not going to be worse than that. It'll be way higher up where the air is thinner. But this fucking mountain, and I didn't know that, but I climbed it. And so how did we get on the mountain?
You just brought it up. I don't know. I feel
talking
like
about the porn.
Yeah.
Oh, the porn. So how something's so unbelievable. Oh yeah, with jacking off and the drag. So I climbed the mountain at 3 hours and 40 minutes from the top. We went from Katahdin Stream Campground all the way up. It starts at about 400 to 600 feet elevation. It goes up to 5,100. It's 5.1 miles. It for sure was the hardest thing I could do, and I almost stopped twice. And the fucking problem was, which I pushed out of my head, it's incredible. There were people from all over the world. When everybody got there, all the parking lots were sold out. It's a tiny little park. The federal government desperately tried to get it for years. They can't. It's a state park. And there was lines like a fucking mile long. But if you got there early enough and people didn't come in, they would let the last couple cars, but they monitored the lot. So, I mean, if it was a national park, there would have been way more people.
Yeah.
And then I got in, and it was the October 13th of 2024. It was a Sunday.
Recent.
The last day was Tuesday. Yeah. And so as I'm getting up there, really fucking way up there, you have to remember, you got to fucking come down.
Yep.
You were climbing really wicked shit. Like it wasn't just a trail the whole way up. It was rocks and steep faces. And a couple of times you had to grab onto stuff. And that's when a lot of people stopped. Like almost maybe a little more than a third and then a halfway up. And then you got to just go. And then when we came down, you're using different muscles. But that night, I mean, this is pretty serious. I mean, is it okay? Will you run it if I tell about how intense the orgasm was?
Yeah. Yeah. Send it. Yeah. How intense was the orgasm?
When I got back, I could barely move. When I got down the mountain, this girl I met there, I stayed in this little town for like 7 days, and then she took me out to eat, and she said to go to this restaurant. The people I climbed up with and then going down, we bonded unbelievably. We told jokes. If I could have recorded it, we talked about like, we'll offer $1 million to have a pogo thing. Someone can go to the top and go down pogo, but then we'll get the body bag concession and the ambulance concession and all that. Like we bonded, but it was so hard to get down. When I got to the top, I asked these people, can I go down with you? And they said, yes. And I was on an 18-hour fast when I started, but I had a big, huge chunk of salmon and I had a bunch of water and some avocado. And then when I got to the bottom, it's really settled in. And then when I got in the car, it just was so relaxed. But then I drove to this restaurant and I met her, and I could only take 2 little baby steps like this. Like right now, I can go to the gym with 720 on the leg press and do 15 after like 6 sets. Like I I have enough strength. I'm not saying that's nothing superhuman, but I'm pretty fucking strong, right?
Yeah.
Dude, and like I sat down and like this other lady was there whose husband stopped and it was crazy. So I get home, I take a shower, I eat a little bit because I had some at the top, but and I drank a lot of water. I kept drinking water and then I was in bed and we found a store and I called my sponsor and I'm like, dude, I know what's going to happen. I could tell after the restaurant, and we went to the only store and all they sold was shit that was 50 milligrams each per dose.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's a nice dose.
So, but I had to do it. So it was unbelievable, man. But the lactic acid, and I did a lot of really heavy weights in prison, but that was 30 fucking years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I pushed myself to the limit of like equal to Marion to get to the top of that motherfucker and to see how many people did. And then as you're going up and down, you're stopping, you're sweating, you're taking it off. Like you got to piss, you're going to eat some food. It's not a race. But then when you get to the top, you see who made it to the top. So then I pleasured myself. Which, though, there's a component to it when you relax, like the hot shower.
Yep.
A cold plunge would have been the best and back and forth to a sauna. If I had that, I tried to find one. But it was like 40, 50-mile drive. And after that, it's like you have, So it'll release relaxants. It's going to help you sleep. I just took the fucking thing that would have taken 40 minutes to hit.
Uh-huh.
And then it was just unbelievable. The length and every part of it, because the thing is, if it scientifically all that testosterone was released, because it took 3 hours and 40 minutes to get up, and when I said it, I looked at my watch and it was 11:45 or whatever it was, but I said 4 hours, but then I corrected it and I wrote it on there. But going down was probably the equal to make it just over 7 hours. So probably a little bit more than what it was to get up. But we went down a slightly different path. And going up, you're doing your glutes and your arms. And going down, going up, you're doing your quads. And going down, you're doing the glutes, like all the way. And then you can't fuck up on the way down. Like you can fall down, man, and fucking smash your head really hard. And at a couple points in the thing, it says, there's big signs and says, please don't go up or something like that. If you're not feeling you're to the expert level, if you do get incapacitated, we have to get a helicopter. You could be stuck up here for 48 hours, some unbelievable warning like that. But I never got scared. It wasn't like you were dangerously high. You just had to get up there. But the length and the breadth and like if you do heavy legs, you go to the gym, right? And you do really heavy legs and you power lift like in jail because you're hitting it every day, man, and you're making it, you got to release it. So when I did it there, I had no idea. It's like was supersonic, unbelievable length and strength and power, but I think anybody who climbed up that mountain, it's not me,
would experience that.
You would.
Yeah.
Like that was it. So yeah, but in jail when I'll tell you the story because Matt McCusker asked me, did you listen to that one?
Which one? I've listened to all three of your soft white underbellies, and then I read.
So when I got to the prison where Sparky pulled out the ounce of weed, there was a guy, Nicky Ye. His dad was a made member in the St. Louis Mafia. I won't say his last name. Yep. But he told me this thing. Now, I just got there. He's Italian, but he's very light-skinned. He's white. And so I don't know if it's disrespect. I'm just fresh on the yard. There's an ounce. There's all this shit. I'm going to be crying. Mm-hmm. And he tells me about the masturbation technique. And he just tells it to me like this. And I think, no fucking way, man. There's no way. Now, the thing is, if you're going to masturbate, you might as well be if you're going to take that time. Mm-hmm. So basically, he said you get fully erect. as hard as you can, like as hard as you think you ever would ever be, like that hard.
Yep.
This is what he's telling me.
100%
And he said, you grab the skin around the shaft of the thing real tight.
Okay.
Now he's telling me this, and the whole room's there. Or at least
I'm trying to comprehend this right now.
And then he said, but you take a sock. You take a sock. Now this will create heat from the base, not from friction on the tip of the penis. And so he's telling me all this. He's not gay. This dude, I mean, he was connected. Like we had plans. I mean, I definitely could have done a lot of crimes. I had a lot of connections. I fucking squared up. So the sock, you take any really good sock, a good quality. I mean, I wear 2 pairs of socks. You only wear 100% cotton. You get a really good cotton sock, and it's actually softer on the outside than the inside. And I immediately tried this once he told me, and then I knew it was real.
Yeah.
And I knew I didn't have to get in a fight. It's the only thing I could do. Looking back on it at the time, I didn't know. I just coyly said yes, right? And so the sock you turn inside out and you double it up, and so that's really soft. But that's just to catch it at the end. So now the technique he told me, you put the sock over. And I thought there's no way I'm going to get anything, but you grab your skin so tight. Now the ball, you got to be warmed up because then your balls drop, right? And then you have to, and then that creates heat and it slowly builds up to the tip, right? But there's no friction of the sock. It's staying in the exact same place where your fist is. And then when you climax, dude, it's a knee buckler every time. In between the pulses, you press down on the tip with this part of your hand, right? And so he tells me that, and I go do it. But the thing is, like, there's no other, and I never said it the right way. He asked me about it because here's the thing. If you're going to do it, man, the socks can get a little expensive if you're doing it once or twice a day. I mean, good socks are expensive. You know, they are. You got to have them. You got to have 100% socks to walk on.
Yep. Yeah, and you can't be walking on the dirty sock.
And so that's the prison jackrag story. That's got I mean, I have a tiny little following, but the one I did about the jackrag, I don't know, it's got a fair, compared to my other ones, it's one of the biggest ones that people have watched because I think you could sell it as part of the merchandising too.
Yep.
Or at least the
Should
technique,
make a sock
but
line.
it's just free. It sounds weird though, right? Like when he told it to me, you're thinking the same way I did.
It's like, what?
No, like, and the people watching, who the fuck knows if whoever sees this, like what they're going to say. But if you listen, man, I don't care if you're fucking married, you're going to hit it if she goes away for 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
You're going to be thinking about her. I mean, I don't think that's unhealthy. The thing is, are they going to make that murder? Because they just killed all the potential babies. You know what I mean?
A whole lot of them.
My mother was black. My father was Jewish, man. I have good upper parts and I have good lower parts.
It's an interesting way to put it. It's an interesting way to put it.
Oh my God. No, that's a good joke though, right? I said it I copyrighted it on Instagram.
That's your joke now, officially. Put your name right after it, dude.
No, who gets it? I mean, right?
God, that is a good one. That is a good one.
Wait, so what? You got one more, don't you?
We do, yes. So we already talked about when you wrote your book, Letters from Marion. The only thing that we have left here, really.
Oh, and there's something with the book, like the you had to get it into. This was incredible, man. The wind came out of my sails, man.
Mm-hmm.
The momentum was going, and somehow got the number to the buyers at the Barnes and Noble, and I sent them a copy of the book, and they said if they like it, they'll put it up. The thing is, to get into Barnes and Noble, I didn't know this. I'm not saying this braggadociously, but it's fucking hard to get your book stocked in all their stores.
Yep.
It's not easy, and I just didn't know how hard it was. And so they read the book. 3 buyers said they wanted it, but they said you need a distributor. Now, that was easy because every distributor, like, you have to go through such a lengthy process. And the reason why is because, like, if you have less than 500 books, you can't submit to them because the accounting would be so unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I got the distributor. They bought a bunch of books. They said all 3 buyers wanted it. Sociology, Crime and Punishment, and there was another one, I think Race, whatever that falls under. And they took an order and they sold out. And then the fucking distributor went bankrupt. Now, I had printed a fuck ton of books, and I was on like 10 different podcasts. It was 2015. So it was right when I was getting sober, too.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because I fell off the wagon. I went out to LA to live for 3 years. And so he went bankrupt. I went to all the shows. This one Ingalls and something and one other one. I went to one show. They said they'd pick it up, but they said you've got to do a 2016 copyright. And I was just fucking devastated. And I just like stopped with the book, but I still sold it. It still would sell. Then I put it on Amazon. And then the one place took like 1,000 copies for this big festival, like drug stuff. And then, so what was the question though about the book?
It was just what made you write the book. But we talked about that earlier.
And then I did a second one, the second edition, because I took a bunch of the letters out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of letters in there. But if you look at the letters, man, I'm pretty stern about stuff. Like I tell my parents about books that I've read, like a lot of the shit of the, in the stock market, but they're not angry, bad letters,
Yeah.
I guess you just do the best that you can do when you're there.
I like that answer. Just do what you can,
Yeah.
Do the best you possibly can.
Bruce Pierce came up to me. There was an incident and we all went out to the yard, but like that day, I won't get into the specifics. If you didn't go to the yard, your turn would have been
in trouble.
But nothing happened for the people who it was involved with. But it was serious, man. It was really serious. And you had to go out on that. But that only happened one time.
Interesting.
And they put someone in there to kill me.
Well, looks like it didn't work.
Twice they did. They put someone in there to kill me because there's a guy that was in the prison many years before, Tommy Silverstein. I yelled that name at the guards 12 years after he killed the guard. And then another guy on the other side killed the guard, Clayton Fontaine. That's all in the first 3 pages. And all that I learned in the first prison I was at. I mean, I was really dumb and naive when I was still a dumb fucking deadhead when I yelled at him. They wouldn't give me rec after like a week and a half there. And I screamed out, "I'll do you like Tommy Silverstein." He's the reason why Marion became Marion.
Damn.
The first 3 pages says it all. And so that's when they got me when I came back off the visit. And then the thing with releasing to have the empathy and then meeting with my dad. So I never finished that. So like every night I had dreams with my dad. That's where I got lost on the appeal too, because then you don't know when the letter's coming in. And the thing is, with the dreams, we would meet and we would talk a little sternly, but it happened the first night. It happened every night and it had like the crescendo and then it ended right when I fucking left.
Yeah.
But we were in the dreams, man, and a lot of lucid dreams too. And so by the end, we were hanging out and it was fun. And then he would leave. And that's all. It's the same speaking that I did with him was when me and Chris and Scott, I told you earlier, talked telepathically. It's in everybody. I have no special power, but we
it's
did
deep
it.
Inside of everybody.
We did it. And and it healed. The thing is, I don't know how else I could have healed. Like, what created that? It had to be the confines. And so I think that was the place where if you let it get to the place, I think that's exactly how it is for a really deeply fucking disciplined religious monk. They just choose to be there, but that's what they do.
They reach that level.
In a place like that, if you ever see where they live, they don't have much movement anywhere. They're not quite in the cell, but they just choose to be there. But that's a discipline if you allow it to be. And so I don't know if I was disciplined. The other thing too, though, I don't think if I didn't get sent to Marion, I would be alive. I think because the other prison or sent to prison in general, not Marion. Yeah. I don't, because I had no direction. And then Marion was just like grinding it down, man. Like, what is it going to be? Because in the other jails, selling drugs at 4 different prisons, was like, where the fuck am I going? And Marion was like the stark reality. of what the fuck are you going to do with your
Shit
life?
hit
And
the fan.
I had 80 months when I got there. Like, think of that hallway, dude.
Yep.
That was the coming of Christ. But the other thing is the sentence, as soon as everything happened, there was a message. And this is the strongest level of intuition that I've ever had. But it said 5 years. And so it wasn't a hope, but it was always there. And then when I got in, it would like show up like a fucking phantom. Like if I had the disease, what's the schizophrenia? Like someone would be there and would say that to me over and over. And there was like no way. I didn't think that could ever happen, right? And it finally happened. It was 1 month more, 2 months more, but still it was because the appeals take time. But then the last appeal I never filed. So I think in some way you can't ever change it. I don't want to say everything happens for a reason, but it happened, and so that's what happened. You know, but I had no direction before I went in when I said I'm not going to sell drugs. My brother was going to give me half his business. He said work with me for a year. I had started it when I was 13, going door to door with him and then I sold out probably like 2 years later. It was a tiny little thing. So, but I still didn't know, and I would have got full ownership after a year, but I still had no clue what I wanted to do. And I was like, just like a lost soul, you know?
Yep.
And then after coming out of Marion with the immigrant, you come to this country and see it like it's the first time. And it's this vast, unbelievable,
change your mindset.
Unbelievable. And then willing to go to any length to do anything and just dedicating it.
Yeah.
You know, so would I have had that at all had I not gone? Even though I had a struggle with the alcohol.
Maybe it was
we made alcohol, and one time, the only time I got drunk in there, they would take all this tomato paste and you'd use brown sugar because it cooks faster than real white sugar. And they'd take like 20 pounds of this stuff in 3 huge big plastic bags and 10 pounds to 10 pounds and 10 pounds of brown sugar, and then add sometimes 10 more. And this shit came out. It was almost clear. There's like a big 20-ounce coffee cup. I mean, who knows how strong it was, right? Dude, I had alcohol breath for 3 days. I mean, it was unbelievable when it happened because I did it all. I just slammed it. It was probably equal. It had to be like 40 proof. So probably like that's equal to probably like 15 shots at least.
Yeah.
And, you know, and so it was wicked. I didn't puke or anything, but that was that was unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I gotta say, everyone that's watching at this point, you need to go read the first 3 pages and then all the rest of the pages of Letters from Marion, which I think has been made clear at this point, right? And also,
what about the CIA?
What about the CIA? I don't think we had any questions about the CIA.
Wait, what was one more from the top?
Well, we said that was the last one. No, we kind of covered everything here. I think we covered everything pretty thoroughly here.
Democrats or Republicans?
No, I mean, we talked about that too. We talked about how it's kind of a bipartisan thing, no? We've already talked about that.
Did I? The dick down the
mouth? For sure,
yeah,
for sure we talked about the Democrat and Republican thing.
Well, what do you think? But what do you think? Listen, like, are you afraid? Listen to me. Wait, but not here, but like, not afraid. And nothing with red and blue. I never used to think that. And I still get confused with left and right because they all have, I think everybody's 80%. That's the realization, right?
I mean, listen,
we're all almost equal to what we want. So why does there have to be 2 sides? It's
a question for the government, you know?
Do you think there's a difference? Don't you think that a radical, complete change needs to happen?
I mean, for sure, yeah, but who knows when it'll come, you know? It's also, I just don't really speak on my political views on the show, and I don't think that, like, anyone here in my audience is here for politics either, you know?
No, you're right.
It's not something we really talk about that much on
But
here.
like the Ellsberg papers, when that guy released them, it just showed Bernays wrote this book, Propaganda. That's a good one. And then Cialdini wrote one. And it's just, that's like, that shows you the level of how I mean, it's not necessarily a conspiracy theory, but it's like we as citizens are like, I mean, you got to be old enough. Maybe not. I mean, some
Old
things
enough for what?
some things are getting better, but the control of the government itself, not anybody specific, any person or any side, but like with everything, the laws and the jails, right? So like what fight do you do? Do you do for legalization of drugs? That was in the end, in the author's note, that's what I talk about, because I think that's the only answer. I wrote an article, op-ed for the New York Times before the book. No, I had the first draft. They didn't use it, but they said if you send something in, there's this process where you had to send it in. We use it, we can use it, we own it. And then I saw it on the Cato Institute website, and it says my name. And they published it, but it was about hemp and the drug laws and everything and the money. But the other thing is the reason why drugs are not legal. There's a reason why. Like, this is not a conspiracy, because they are the biggest drug dealers of all, and they have to control some of it. And if like do you know anything about what's happening with the poppy fields?
No.
And
Actually, with the
production and the amount of tons that's coming out of there since we've been there, since the Gulf War, I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So they can't stop the flow. And the reason why is because we won't stop buying it. So how do you control it? It's like a big, huge prison yard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Joel, I think we definitely are due for a second episode in the future, huh?
Definitely.
I think there's a lot more.
I
for us to
rambled.
talk
How
about.
long did we go? An hour?
Four something.
No way.
Yeah, 4 hours and 5 minutes is
What?
the rolling. Yeah. It's almost 8 p.m. right now.
Whoa.
The sun's definitely down if we pulled the curtain
I got
aside.
lost a couple times, man.
Yeah.
I got lost a couple times, dude. I'm sorry.
Way she goes, man. Take an edible, have some fun. That's
Dude,
what the show's all about.
So I took 30 milligrams of THC.
No, it's 15 of THC and 15 of CBD. Let me see.
Oh my
confirm.
God. Dude, that's a mega dose.
Yeah, it's
My back
15 of
pain's
CBD
gone.
and 15 of THC from the 5 gummies. And that bag's all yours. You can take that with you if you want it.
No, I mean,
Too much?
maybe not. I mean, as medicine, I could have it. You're right, because I can do a sliver.
Just eat a smaller piece.
This'll,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit'll help your pain, dude. I'll tell you that much. Take it. It's all yours. Well, everyone tuning in at home, we both thank you for tuning in. I personally thank you for tuning in.
Thank you for having me. Wait, you're killing it.
Thanks.
Wait, when did you start? Can you tell us that? Can we get that on here?
When did I start, like,
I
the
won't talk.
podcast?
Like the story you told me.
Well, hold on. Let me finish the outro.
All right.
Let me finish the outro real quick. Thank you all for tuning in.
JoelBlaeser.com.
JoelBlaeser.com. All the links will be below. Go get his, or below, pardon me. Go get his book, Letters from Marion. Go follow Joel on all the social platforms. Instagram's one he posts on a lot.
Yeah, it's on the
TikTok
website.
he posts on a lot.
Yes.
And it's all on his website.
It's cooking and weightlifting and just positive LSD tips. Living Spiritual Daily. That's the channel.
That's your mantra.
LSD. Living Spiritual Daily. And when I went to school, real quick, let me get this in. My degree, I went for 2 years and then I started my own company, was letters in science. And so it said on the thing, LSD.
Yeah. That's fire. I like that.
But that was by accident. I didn't know that.
Living Spiritual Daily.
Yeah,
everybody.
and then here's another thing. I wrote a report in college for Abo Rampa, Black Realities. For the syllabus, they had 9 books. In prison, I learned all that shit just from being, the whole time I learned. And I said that to him, and he said, write me a report, and I'll let you graduate out of class. And I wrote the report. And then he said, okay, if you write a book, I'll give you an honorary degrees in humanity. He was the head professor who's from Ghana. And I said, I can't. But he also said, if you want another, whatever the credits were, 4 credits, he's like, just write me a report on the crack versus white cocaine. And that was like that.
Yeah.
I wrote that. And that was like, I typed 5 pages, 6 pages by hand. And there was probably 40 pages of appendix. And I printed it on a scale of justice that was off. So it's like, that's where it was from the beginning of all that. That's a lot of the part of it. And so later in life, when I published the book, I sent him a copy, but I wasn't ready to write a book then. Like getting out, literally, it was like, this is what it was like. It was like you were an immigrant that came to the country at like 15. You knew you were going to make a lot of money and it was going to be really good, but like, you're like, holy fuck, dude, this is heavy duty. So it took some time. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for
Anyway,
tuning in. Appreciate you
thank
guys.
you.
Drop
Thank
a
you for
like, drop a sub. Go follow Joel on all his platforms.
Thank you.
Link
Thank
below.
you for having me.
Anything you want to say to the audience before we head out?
What were you going to answer? I asked you a question, though. You were going to tell me the genesis of the station, or no? Remember you were telling me this station, because it's so unbelievable. Like, how does it get so big so quick?
What, like
It's
this
just-
podcast?
Yeah.
Well, all right, hold on. No, we're getting lost. Let me finish the show. Let me do the outro, and then I'll fill you in on that.
All right.
Thank you all for tuning in. Drop a like, drop a sub. I'll see y'all in the next one. See you later. Deuces.
When I got the 151 months, I jumped for joy because I was facing 40 years.
Probably feels like you have nothing to lose at that point. Like, fuck it. Time to riot.
We all wanted just to break down the door. The whole unit was being taken apart, and you could smell wicked smoke everywhere. All the records were paper, and we figured if we could bat down that door, we were going to burn all the files. That's the only record it would travel with you. And eventually they took the prison over. They shot some people. Whole buildings burnt to the fucking ground, and they surrounded us with fucking armored vehicles. There was a shootout with an FBI agent. I always had National Geographic, but those were really good armor. And I want to talk about the masturbation technique. Will you run it if I tell about how intense the orgasm was?
Yeah.
You take any really good sock. You got to be warmed up because then your balls drop and then that creates heat. But there's no friction of the sock. And then when you climax, it's a knee buckler every time.